Okay, sorry. I know this is completely unplanned, but Bindi, the ward case studies, and I'll drop her link in a second, was streaming the trial and she couldn't go live after lunch. I had a couple subscribers reach out and ask me if I would because they prefer a smaller chat, and I'm like, sure. I followed this case. I hadn't even gotten to listen to Johnson's recap yet, but it looks like they just came back from lunch. They're getting ready to call Leilani in. Remember, the courtroom is on like a 30-minute delay, so we're getting it a half an hour later.
Okay, so we are back on the record in SPCR 2202, excuse me, 03364J6. If we could bring out Ms. Simon, bring out Ms. Simon.
Yeah, okay, they got through opening statements really fast. The prosecution, they did a nice long timeline. It was great. Loved it. And then the defense got up and said, they're all a bunch of gossips and prove it. Basic. I mean, he was up there for less than 1 minute. It was crazy. You're welcome, Nicole. Hi, Okie, Andy, Bridget, Second Chance. Hello, hello, everyone. Rain. Again, completely unplanned, but I know I like having a smaller chat too when it comes to trials, so I'm here for it.
Leilani Simon is present in court with her attorneys, Martin Hilliard and Robert Purse. The state is at their table, AUSA, Tim Dean, Assistant District Attorney Jenny Parker, and Detective Lemons. Just a couple of things. I think that as to the media, some were operating on a delay, some were not operating on a delay. I think we're all on the same 30-minute delay now, right?
I can speak for WJCL. We have been running away all day.
Awesome. There are always some technical difficulties in the beginning. What would life be without technical difficulties? So everybody's running on the delay. I don't think we have any other issues with regards to the media. Thank you. And the jurors have returned from lunch and they are ready to go. And is the state ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring the jurors out. Okay.
This morning, Michelle was opening statements, and again, the defense didn't really say anything. He was up there for less than a minute, but the prosecution gave a really great timeline. Now, remember, opening statements are a story. They don't have to present facts in opening statements. It's, laying out what they're going to present at trial. You're welcome, Allie. Hey, Marshall Div. Be safe on your drive, Steph. For those of you that watched the morning session, what are you guys thinking of Leilani so far? I think she looks a little smug. I'm just saying, she looks a little smug. Uninterested. Hey, Lacey. My Marshall is doing well. He's on a side mission right now, and deployment has me, I don't know, not nervous, but he's excited about it. He FaceTimed me this morning. But he's gonna be coming home soon, in like 3 weeks. I'm pretty excited about that. Of course, he's alive. The judge is pretty. She does seem heartless and bored, Nicole. Yeah, I think a bunch of us are going to stay mad through this trial. Just so callous. Does she, Granny? Well, Sunflower, at one point, she actually like mean mugged the camera. I was like, girl, jeez. Hey, Bendy, I had a couple people ask me to stream it after yours
Ladies and
since
gentlemen
you
of the
took a
jury,
break.
welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch break.
I thought, why not?
And I trust that you were all able to comply with my instructions not to research the case and not to discuss the case.
Yes, you're right.
And for the record, everyone has either nodded their heads or responded yes. And with that, we're ready to get started. Mr. Dean.
Your Honor, the state calls Sergeant Bobby Stewart.
First up, we have Sergeant Bobby Stewart.
That is what, sir. Face the clerk, raise your right hand. The evidence shall give the court and the jury the trial this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and the truth, so help you God.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sergeant Bobby Stewart.
And is Stewart Stewart?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And what do you do for a living, sir?
I am a sergeant with Chatham County Police Department.
That's the uniform?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long have you been a police officer?
Probably about 34 and a half years.
And how long have you been a sergeant with the police department specifically?
Quite a while. I can't tell you exactly how many years, but it's been quite a while.
Now, what is your current position?
I'm a patrol sergeant, A watch.
What is a watch?
A watch is, we have different watches. We have A watch, C watch, D watch, and C watch, A, B, and C.
And are these different shifts?
Yes, sir. Different shifts.
What are the hours for a watch?
A watch, the hours now today is 6 to 6, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay, so it's essentially the daytime.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is your position? The patrol sergeant for a watch, you said?
Yes, sir.
What are your responsibilities in that role?
My responsibility is for during the day, the shift that we're on. I'm responsible for doing the briefing. At the beginning of the shift, I assign officers to divisions in Chatham County.
Okay. Now I'd like to draw your attention to the morning of October 5th, 2022, okay?
Yes, sir.
Were you working that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what were you doing on that day?
Patrolling Chatham County.
Okay. Any particular precinct or area?
I was in the West Chatham precinct of Chatham Parkway.
And were you the sergeant over all the patrol officers assigned to the West Chatham precinct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many of them were there at that point? Patrol officers on the west side?
It was a total 7 or 8 that day.
Okay. Now, at some point on that day, on the morning of October 5th, did you respond to a call for service originating from 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, I did.
And what was the nature of the call that brought you out there?
Missing child.
Now, when you get called out to a particular location on a particular call, do you yourself hear the 911 call?
You talking about on the radio?
Yes. Do you hear the 911 call that was made, or are you just getting a call from a dispatcher?
No, sir. I don't hear what was said when the person calls in.
Okay.
The only thing I get is the dispatch, what the dispatch tells us.
And the word from dispatch initially was it's a missing child call.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you go to 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how did you get there?
I was in my marked patrol vehicle. I drove there. I think if I'm not mistaken, I went down Chatham Parkway.
And what? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Chatham Parkway to Gorard Avenue to Buckhalter Road.
And what type of residence is 535 Buckhalter Road?
It's a 2-story like a single family dwelling.
Okay. Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 1?
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you look through that and tell us what it is, please?
It's, it would be to the east of Highway 17 on Buckhalter Road, which is off of Garrard Avenue.
Well, I just mean, what is the document in front of you, State's Exhibit 1? It's more than one page, is it not?
Oh, yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And what is it?
It's a little like maps off of Google.
And do those maps accurately reflect the location of this residence in Chatham County?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer State's Exhibit 1 into evidence at this time.
I think it's reviewed. I think I've already seen it, Judge, but
Yes, Mr. Hilliard, and just make sure you speak loud enough so that Ms. Natalie can capture your words.
I'm just gonna look through several of them. I think I've already seen them, Judge. I just want to make sure. Yes, ma'am. No objection. I've already seen all of these.
State's Exhibit 1, is it?
Your Honor, may I now publish these on the screens?
Yes.
All right, I'm on slide 1 here of State's Exhibit 1. This is the, I guess, Savannah, Chatham County metro area.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. And is 535 Buckhalter marked on this this map here?
Yes, sir, it is.
And can you step down and just point to us where that is on here? Okay. The red pin just to the left of Garrard Avenue.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you, sir. You can sit down. Now, moving on to slide 2, this is a beat map of Chatham County Police Department beat 7, correct?
Yes, sir.
And beat 7 is further broken down into a number of neighborhoods. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is 535 Buckhalter marked on this map as well?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what is it marked by?
It is marked by Buckhalter and Garrard Avenue.
Is it that red pin there that we see?
That is correct.
Okay. And 535 Buckhalter then would be in the Garrard Buckhalter neighborhood of beat 7, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now moving to slide 3, what are we looking at here?
Slide 3 is showing Buckhalter Road. It's also showing the residence where we responded to.
Okay, that's marked by the red pin there.
That's correct, sir.
And finally, slide 4, what are we looking at here?
Slide 4 is another photo of the residence, but it's a closer photo.
Okay. Now, when you responded to this resident, you mentioned you showed up in your patrol car. Where did you park?
I parked in the driveway just outside of the gate.
Okay. So the jurors can't see what you're pointing at on that picture. So if you could just step down and tell us where you parked.
This is the driveway here. I came in and I stopped just short of the gate.
Okay. And you can have a seat, sir. Thank you. And when you arrived, were there any other officers with you?
Yes, sir.
And who were those?
There was 2 other officers that came in behind me. Corporal Jepsen was one, and then the others also I think was Boss.
Okay. Daniel Voss?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about Philip Gormley? Was he there as well?
He came in right behind him.
Okay. And when you arrived, did you make contact with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Where did you make contact with the defendant?
Just as I walked through the gate, they were walking towards the gate.
And who's they?
I saw a female, the lady sitting here with the glasses.
Okay. The witnesses identified the defendant. And what other, aside from police officers, what other people were on scene at the time that you arrived?
Myself, Are you talking about officers, sir?
No, other than police officers, what other people were on
The
scene?
people that I saw the young lady there. I saw a male subject, which I later found out was her boyfriend. And there was a little small child. And there was one more person standing back behind them.
Okay.
I think
And
that
was
was her
it
brother.
her brother?
I think it was her brother.
Okay. And was there also a person there who was identified to you as a babysitter
Yes, sir.
and her daughter?
Yes, sir. She walked up behind me
Okay.
when I got there and walked around front.
Okay. Anyone else there that you remember who was there on arrival?
No.
Okay. Now, how did your initial contact with the defendant play out in the driveway right inside the gate there?
When I got there, she was walking towards me. She got to me and I asked her, "What's going on?"
And what did she say?
She told me that the child was missing.
Did she say when she had become aware of that?
Earlier that morning, if I'm not mistaken, I think she said around 6, I think, or something like that. Earlier when she had got up.
Okay. When 6 was for when she got up or when the child might have gone missing? Do you remember?
But I think she said when she woke up, she was looking for the child. Child wasn't there.
Okay. And did she say anything to you about the door, the front door?
Yes, sir. She said when she woke up, the door was open, the front door to the house,
And the child was gone?
and the child was gone.
Okay. While you were there talking to her about this, did she cast suspicion on anybody who might have been responsible for the disappearance of her child?
Yes, sir. She did. She said her ex. She think that her ex might have took the child, and if I'm not mistaken, I think she said that was the child's father. I think.
Okay. So she said the child's father might have taken it.
Yes, sir.
Now, as the senior man on scene, you were the senior man initially, right?
Yes, sir.
Once you've gotten this initial story, what do you then shift gears into doing?
Well, we shifted gears and I asked her what was the last place she saw him, and she told me in the bed there. And then the front door, we assumed by him going out the front door. If he went out the front door, then it could have been the front yard. And then there was woods behind the house, and there was the roadway of Buckholder Road, which passed in front of the house and went south. So you could south of the house and then north of the house.
Did you task out some officers to search the house itself?
Yes, I did, sir. While I was talking to her, I asked her, did they search the house and look for him? She said yes. So I said, well, we're going to search it again. So I sent 2 officers in the house.
Do you remember which 2?
I think it was Gormley and I think Jepsen.
Okay. And did they go do that?
Yes, sir.
And what was, you mentioned Daniel Voss was one of the initial officers there with you. What was his role?
He was talking to the lady.
Okay. Did you, at any point, did you call other officers out beyond the initial 4, you, Gormley, Jepsen, and Voss?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what did you want additional officers there for?
To aid in the search of the area. It was quite a big size area. And once they started arriving, I had officers check to the south of the residence down to Veterans Parkway, and also had officers check to the north of the residence up to Broad Avenue.
Now, you had officers canvassing the area looking for the boy himself, right?
Yes, sir.
And what else did you have them go out and look for?
I advised them to check the residence as they was checking the area to see if there was any cameras. on the
Okay,
houses.
like Ring doorbell cameras and
Yes, sir.
things like that. So you had people out doing that.
Yes, sir.
And did you also have them canvassing for witnesses, potential people who might have seen the child either on his own or with somebody else?
Yes, we told them to knock on the doors and try to make contact with the people that live there, see if they knew anything.
So the initial effort focuses on searching the house and searching the general area around the house, if I'm understanding you. Did you yourself personally search any particular area?
I did.
And can you tell us about that?
While I was standing just inside the gate, the backyard area, there was a open shed to the right. It had an RV. We walked over in that area, me and another officer, and checked it. And we left there and went. There was a shop directly behind the house. We checked that area, but it was locked up. We inquired about a key, but they said there was the gentleman who had the key to it wasn't there. So we searched around it, looked at behind the stuff that was there. Nothing.
Okay. So you weren't able to get into the RV initially because of lack of a key.
Correct.
Did the officers that showed up to help with the search efforts, where did they come from?
There was other officers that was assigned to my team that day.
Okay. The same beat 7 or different beats?
No, sir. They was from beat 8 and beat 9.
Okay. Those are other patrol areas in the West Chatham area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you have other officers kind of flooding in from other places to help out?
Yes, sir. When you have a missing child, you call everybody over.
Okay. Now, at any point during your response, were you involved in making any follow-up on this this claim by the defendant that perhaps the boy's father was responsible?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us about that, please?
While I was myself and Officer Boss was there, I asked the lady if she knew where he lived.
You asked what lady?
The lady here with the black glasses.
Okay. You asked the defendant whether she knew where whom lived.
The ex.
Okay. The boy's father?
Yes, sir.
And what did she tell you?
She told me a county. I wrote it all down. She told me where he lived at. She gave me the county that he lived in. So what I did is I contacted that police department that's in that county.
And what did you ask them to do?
I advised them who I was looking for, gave them the name that I was looking for, and asked them did they know of him. And while I was talking to her, she told me she didn't know the address, but she gave me some reference points.
What do you mean by that?
Like she told me there was some reference points. There was a store. She told me the name of the store, and I think she said it was a little campground or something. But she told me the name of it, and it was a large sign there. So I gave that information to the officer who called me back from the county.
Okay.
He told me, I think I know what it is.
All right. So you said she gave you some reference points of like businesses near
That's correct.
where the boy's father lived?
Yes, sir.
Okay. To kind of walk you on to the general area?
That's correct.
Okay. And was there any result from that while you were out there?
The officer that called me and talked to me, he went out and searched.
Sergeant, I'm going to instruct you not to tell the court anything that someone else said.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Was calling that information out to the county in question, was that the end of your personal involvement in the follow-up on the suggestion that the boy's father might have had something to do with it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At any point, did any of your superiors show up?
Yes, sir.
And who was the first one?
Lieutenant Foster.
And where is he in relation to you in the chain of command, the rank structure?
He was my lieutenant for that watch.
Okay. About how long did he get there after you had arrived?
It was pretty quick because once I got the initial information about what was going on, the standard is you contact your lieutenant and advise him what you have.
Okay. And did he come out and become the senior man on scene after a little while?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did anybody else from the Chatham County Police Department command staff show up?
Yes, sir. There was the detectives showed up. There was the assistant chief showed up. There was the detectives, lieutenant captains. They all showed up.
Okay. Do you remember who was first on scene for the detectives?
I think it was Detective Lemons. I think that was the first person I made contact with. Talk to.
Okay.
There was other detectives there.
Did Detective Wilkins come out?
Yes.
And what about Detective Noble?
Yes, he was there.
Okay. At any point, was there a response by a canine tracking team?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that? Where were they from?
They was requested. There was a county to the south of Chatham County, and then they came in. They called them in. I think it was around Reedsville.
And when they arrived, what did they do?
They came in. They was in the front yard, and they was talking to the lieutenant. And I guess after that, they went and did a search.
Now, you mentioned that detectives showed up after some time, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, once the detectives show up, who's in control of the scene?
The detectives.
Okay, so at that point, they took control and sort of relieved the patrol officers of command?
Yes, sir.
Okay. About how long were you at the scene total?
It was quite a while. Probably, I would say probably about 2 hours.
Now, you mentioned that the defendant, her boyfriend, and her brother were present at the scene when you arrived, right?
That's correct, sir.
Now, at some point, were they transported to headquarters for questioning?
They were.
And were you involved in that in any way?
No, sir. A couple of my units were. They assisted the detectives.
Do you remember who that was?
No, I don't.
Okay. Now, after your involvement at the scene concluded, were you involved in any other organized searches for the missing child?
I did.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Once I left Buckhalter Road, I was advised to go to the church. There's a church that's located on the corner of Garrard Avenue and Lewis Mills Boulevard.
And what was happening at the church?
At the church, they was having other resources come in to do the search. Other officers were coming in, and I think they had a civilian search team that came in.
Okay, what do you mean by other resources coming in to do the search?
When they have something, and when they have events where they have missing children, they are calling in other agencies and ask for assistance. Sheriff Department, and then you just have a lot of other people come in to help us aid with the search.
And when did that search take place, and how long did it last?
It took place right after I left Buckhalter. It came down. All the units started coming in. I think we had a representative from SEMA that was there too.
SEMA being Chatham Emergency Management
Yes, sir.
Agency or Authority or something like that?
That's correct.
Okay. Roughly how many people were involved in this search that you're talking about that originated at the church?
I would say there was probably about 50 people there.
And what were y'all doing?
Well, once they got to the church, they briefed them on what was going on, and they briefed on the areas that they wanted to search.
Okay. And what happened after that?
And once that was over, they broke up in groups and they searched the area.
Everybody had a particular area that they were responsible
Yes,
for?
sir.
And how long were you doing that for?
I would say probably another hour and a half.
Okay. What time of day are we at this point,
It's-
roughly?
It's getting dark. It's late in the afternoon.
Okay. And when had you initially arrived
To the church, where?
to the residence in response to the initial call?
It was just a minute.
Sure.
9:42.
Now, were you wearing a body-worn camera that day?
Yes, sir.
Where was it located on your body?
Right in my chest area.
And is that thing always running, or do you have to turn it on?
Yes, sir. It's on.
Okay.
We require, once we get on a call, it has to be on before we get out of the vehicle.
Okay. So how do you turn it on before you get out of the vehicle?
There's a round button in the center. You tap it twice and it activates it.
And did you do that upon arrival in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were your interactions with the defendant that you've described captured on body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
And were the arrivals of some of these other officers captured on your body-worn camera as well?
Yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you an envelope marked as States Exhibit 2?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
I signed. I wrote my name and everything on the front of it.
Okay, and that's an envelope, a sealed envelope.
Yes, sir. It's sealed.
What's inside of there?
It feels like it's a memory stick.
Okay. Is it a flash drive containing your body-worn camera footage from that day?
That's what it feels like.
Okay, and you've reviewed that, right?
Yes, sir. I did.
Okay. And does it fairly and accurately depict your response to 535 Buckhalter in response to this missing child call?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer this into evidence as States Exhibit 2.
No objection.
And I would like to just publish a little bit from the beginning of the file. No, unfortunately, I need to take a moment to see what's going on with the tech.
Okay. So why don't we just take this opportunity to take a short break, 10 minutes? The time now is 1:10. Let's come back. Is it 1:10 or 2:10? I need to put my glasses on. So we're gonna come back at 2:20. Okay? All right.
Jury's exiting. All clear, Judge.
All right. So the jury is out of the room. They're in the jury deliberation room. These things happen. So let's take a few minutes and see if we can't get this online. While you're doing that, Mr. Dean, I'm going to step off the bench.
Excuse me. Yeah, no hair and makeup for her. And yep, you're right. It can be a defense. It absolutely can. A tactic. Seriously, though, I have had sneezes longer than that defense's opening statement. He was up there for like 60 seconds. It was just so short. It seems like her defense is going to be, these are all gossip and rumors. They have nothing. So we'll see how that plays out for her. Yes, part two. I'm only doing this because Bendy couldn't stream this afternoon, and a few people asked if I would because they enjoy a smaller chat, and I enjoy a smaller chat too. So I'm happy to step in for Bendy. Let me grab her link while I was thinking of that earlier. I forgot to. What did you guys think of the prosecution's opening statement, though? I thought they did a great job laying out the timeline and gave us, like, a little taste of what we're gonna hear through this trial. We learned a few new things too. Well, I did anyway, and I've been, like, heavily invested in this case. This is Bendy, or Jin Liu, as we call her. She's gonna be streaming. I think she's said every other day, so I don't know, maybe I'll stream on the days that she's not streaming it. 'Cause she's bouncing back and forth between this and Sarah Boone. I don't typically stream trials, but I figured why not? I'm here. I'm gonna be listening anyway. And I know this one inside and out. I am gonna have to dig out my old files on it though. You're hoping she testifies? I'm kind of wondering. You want to do a poll? Let me put a poll up. See who all thinks she's gonna testify. Oh. Oh, I hate hearing my own voice. Kind of curious what you guys think, if she will or not. Yeah, I just Bendy was streaming it this morning, but she had to hop off and do some work, and so she couldn't do the afternoon session. So I'm just filling in. Not that I could fill her shoes. I absolutely cannot. I'm just streaming it and talking. Um, the judge is really pretty. She is beautiful. She's not even pretty. She's beautiful. Jenny, my question is it a mental health issue or is it a drug issue. And I know some will say that a drug issue is a mental health issue, so I don't know. My sympathy ends there as well, though. Like, I get it, but I also believe she knew the difference between right and wrong. She absolutely knew the difference between right and wrong. You got in a spat in Michelle's. I said trauma handed down. It's common. She got her panties in a twist. Oh my gosh. Oh, goodness. Well, I appreciate you guys being here. I truly do. No madness, I wanna know why there's so many breaks too, but trials can be like that sometimes. No, I didn't think you were excusing it by such a stating trauma handed down. It's just, sometimes you're right. It does seem to be, and I also in my chat remain um empathetic to those that are not charged, that are not named suspects or persons of interest, so that includes the extended family. Now, of course, you're allowed to have your opinions on them. Please feel free to share them. We just don't want to attack and belittle them. But I agree that, there's absolutely some trauma in this family. It was evident. It's been evident before this and things we knew that were out there online, as well as, listening to those opening statements and hearing Leilani's suicide video, where she talked about her mom a little bit. And then in the little snippet we heard of the interrogation where she talked about her mom ODing in the ditch and stuff. So there is absolutely generational trauma here. We know about Leilani's older brother murdering someone. So I don't think it's unreasonable to discuss the fact that there's some generational trauma. I know he did look like Clark Kent. Oh, thank you, Allie. Yep. This is probably one of the first cases I have followed from like the moment it has happened to trial. I'm trying to think if there's any other ones. Like Gannon's I didn't know about until trial. Karen Reed, I didn't know about it till, year and a half later. This one, I, knew about it the day it happened. Chasing made a video on it. Someone else I think Michelle After Dark made a video on it the day it happened as well. So, yeah, this is like one of them I followed since day one. Sarah Me, the number one OG. I hope you're doing good, love. I haven't seen you in a hot minute. Miss your face. You don't think she will? She shouldn't. Hey, Jonesy. She would be a stupid. Yeah, it would kind of be like Murdoch testifying. I think that was a really dumb move. It is a big risk. I agree. Yep. Thank you, Gladys. Thank you. Delphi starts. Is it today? I think. I could be wrong, but it is soon. Yes, Melissa. If it's not today, it's very soon. Sarah Boone started today. What is it with trials happening in threes? Like, so you got Delphi, this one, and Sarah Boone. When I was watching Gannon's trial, I was watching Gannon's trial, um, Valor trial, and the West Boys trial. So, like, it seems to be like boom, 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 boom. Very classy and beautiful. You think? Entitlement. Maybe that's the look we see on her face, entitlement. I think she was in a drug-fueled rage, and Quentin may have woke up and that set her eyes. I was kind of wondering that, Jay, like, why him? What did he do? Sorry, there's nothing that sweet little boy could have done to deserve it. Nothing. But like, we've heard about the trajectory she was on that evening and, going to this place, to the drug dealers. Like, what happened? Danny saw him asleep at, what was it, 10:30 when he went to bed? What happened between 10:30 and 6 a.m.? Like, I need to, like, what? Did he wake up? She did not go party with her mom after all this. Did she not? She went to, yeah, they went to Tybee Island. I couldn't think of what it was called. Tybee Island, and went out to a dinner with some friends. Yeah, I agree. They're back with the first witness on the stand now. What? I've got it playing. Yes, it is a butthole free space, Lindsay. To me, I was addicted to very heavy drugs and up for days, speedballing and seeing shadow people, and I would never have done something like it. Yeah, there's no excuses for it. No, none whatsoever. Lots of people have had, yeah, exactly. I mean, it like, I don't think there's an excuse. Like saying there's generational trauma isn't like, ooh, let's put the blame on that. Just saying that, yeah, there absolutely is something there. Yeah, Burden covered it day one. That's another one. Thank you, Nicole. Hey, AMAC talking smack. Oh my gosh, I'll never forget his snot running down. Ugh. I'm so upset about that. But let me grab
Okay,
criminality's
so
gonna
we're back on
recap
the
it.
record to understand technical difficulties have been overcome. Okay, so Mr. Dean, you ready?
I'm plugging it and plugging it back in again. You're right.
That often helps, and that is the only method I know, the unplug and plug back. Okay, so Mr. Hill, you're ready.
Same.
Okay, let's bring the
Same.
jury.
Jury's entering.
I'm gonna try to drop some channels. Johnson, are you gonna do recaps every night of this one? I know Allie's gonna recap it, but I don't know if MJ's gonna recap it too.
All present, Judge.
All right, thank you, Deputy Solomon. Please have a seat. And Mr. Dean, you may begin.
I'm going to publish a portion of State's Exhibit 2 by playing from the very beginning of this video file, and I will state for the record when I stop the playback.
Okay. Yeah, you can, you take running for y'all before he got logged up yesterday.
I woke up about 11 o'clock. My husband was working about 6, so between the 3-hour period, somehow the front door is unlocked and my son is not in his blanket.
I've stopped the playback at 9:54:45 on the timestamp in the top right corner. Now, Sergeant Stewart, that timestamp in the top right corner of the frame, does that reflect the time of day it is?
Yes, sir.
And I asked you earlier about what time you responded, what time you got there. And I think you were testifying from memory at that point. But what does this video file reflect here in the top right corner is when you arrived and made contact with the defendant?
9:54 a.m.
Okay, 9:54. Now, do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 3?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
It's a photograph of what you see when you first walk past the gate.
Just one or a whole stack of them?
There's a stack.
Okay. Now, are those still frames drawn from your body-worn camera footage from that day?
Yes, sir.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the events that they're concerned with?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer this in as State's Exhibit 3.
think I've already seen it before.
Yes.
Numbers, yeah, it's 1 through 27. I've seen these guys, I don't really object
And I understand that exhibit 3 is a composite exhibit.
to it.
Yes, sir.
Pictures, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Thank you, AMAC. And thank you,
And now I can see
Jonesy.
you can scroll through these and question the witness. Thank you.
If you guys got one, say thank you.
Now, Sergeant Stewart, mainly these images depict different people and when they arrived, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's just go through these in order. This first slide has 9:54 and 28 seconds in the top right corner. And we can see the defendant walking down the driveway towards you, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this is your initial arrival.
Yes, sir.
This next slide is shortly thereafter when she begins talking to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in this next slide, slide 3, who is the gentleman on the far left? And you can look up on the screen, I think. Might be easier for you.
You said it far left?
Far left of this image.
That's Corporal Jepsen,
Okay.
the officer.
Moving on to the next slide. Who is that immediately to the right of Jepsen that we see there with his hands on his body armor?
That looks like Officer Gormley.
Okay, so that would be Gormley.
Yes, sir.
And then to the right of Gormley, who is that with the notepad in his hand talking to the defendant?
Officer Voss.
Officer Voss. Okay. So these pictures that we've looked at, these all depict the people who were there initially, correct?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to slide 5. This is what time?
9:58:33.
So this is within just a few minutes of your arrival.
Yes, sir.
And who is the gentleman with no shirt there in the middle?
I think that's her brother.
Okay. And then the woman to the right in the image standing alongside the white vehicle, would that be the babysitter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's difficult to make out in this picture, but is her daughter standing right on the other side of her?
Yes, sir.
Now, what time is this next slide?
10:08:58.
All right. So how long after your initial response would this be?
14 minutes.
Okay. And who's that in the middle? Is that Officer Voss still?
Facing away from me is Officer Voss.
Okay. And who is that looking towards you?
That is Officer Carson.
Carlson?
Yes, sir.
Now, had she arrived since the initial response?
Yes.
And what was her role there?
She was tasked to do a search.
Okay. So is she one of the officers that you tasked out to look elsewhere?
That's correct, sir.
Now, who is this gentleman?
Lieutenant Foster.
And does this slide depict the approximate time of his arrival on scene?
Yes, sir.
And that is 11 minutes after 10?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that'd be about 15 minutes or so into your response.
Yes, sir.
In this next slide, is that Corporal Jepsen on the left there?
Yes, sir.
Not the far left, but the person that we see right there.
Corporal Jepsen.
And who's that in the middle?
Officer Zerke.
Zerke?
Yes, sir.
And where did she come from?
From Beat 8,
And what
Georgetown
was-
area.
Say again?
B8, Georgetown area.
And what was her role once she arrived at the scene?
She was tasked to search the area.
The next line, we're at 16 minutes after 10. Who is this here?
It looks like Officer Naranjo.
Naranjo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where did he come from?
He came from, I think, Beat 9
Okay. And what was his role?
to search the area.
Now, in this next line on the far left, is that Lieutenant Foster?
Yes, sir.
And who are those other two police officers?
That is Corporal Eam, the one facing me. And I think that is his trainee.
Okay. And what was his name?
I think it's Laurel Stewart, I think.
Okay. And did they show up to search as well?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to the next slide. This is at 10:22, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this be just under half an hour into your response?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who is this that we're looking at here?
That is Latoya Brown. Miss
Say
Brown.
again?
Miss Brown.
Okay. Latoya Brown? did
Yes,
you
sir.
say? Okay. And what is her role with the Chatham County Police Department?
She's a CRO.
What is a CRO?
She goes around and takes non-emergency calls.
She goes around
makes
and-
reports when people want to report this, whereas it doesn't require a police officer to go out and take like a theft or something like that.
Okay.
She goes out and take the.
Community Resource Officer, CRO.
Okay.
It can't.
And what was her role at the scene?
She was requested there to come in to keep up with the notes, be a scribe.
Okay. A scribe?
Yes, sir.
What is
That's
a-
what was told to me to scribe.
Okay.
But to me, she was just there to take notes.
Okay. Notes on what?
What was going on, who came in, what was said.
Okay. Now, the next slide, we're at 10:44, right?
Yes, sir.
So that would be about 50 minutes after you've gotten there yourself, right?
Yes, sir.
And is that Lieutenant Foster in the middle?
It is.
Who is that in the dark colored jacket there standing next to him?
I think that's one of the detectives.
Do you know which one that is?
No, sir.
You don't know off the top of your head?
Not off my head. No.
What is happening between the two of them?
I think the lieutenant's explaining to him about the incident that's going on out there.
Okay. Explaining what about it? Just
Telling them
what
what-
information y'all have to this
what-
point?
Yeah, so what information he has.
Okay.
I briefed him when he got there, what I had found out,
You briefed who?
the lieutenant.
Okay.
And then that's probably what the lieutenant is briefing him about what we found out.
Okay. So you would brief Lieutenant Foster when he shows up, and then Lieutenant Foster briefs the detectives?
Yes, sir.
In the next slide, who is that in the tan pants and blue shirt
think
arriving
that's-
at the scene?
A detective. And I think that's detective. I think it's Noble. I think that's his name, Noble.
Okay, so that's Noble. In the next slide, who is this?
Lieutenant Thompson.
In the next slide, whose face are we looking at there?
Assistant Chief Shoot.
And who is this in the next slide?
That is she's the lady that does out the news releases and media releases.
A public information officer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was she there for?
To cover the event. It was a missing child.
Were there news media present at this time?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I hadn't seen any.
Did they ever show up to this scene that day?
They did.
Okay. That's why she was there to deal with them?
She would be the one dealing with the media. Yes, sir.
Now, in this next slide, the time is 11:51, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this would be almost 2 hours into the police response to this scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, who is that gentleman that we see there?
It's a Marine Patrol officer.
Say Marine Patrol Officer?
Yes, sir.
What do they do?
They route the waterways around Chatham County.
Okay. Is he with the Chatham County Police Department or some other agency?
Yes, sir. He's with the police department.
Okay. Chatham County PD,
Yes, sir.
specifically the Marine Patrol.
Yes, sir.
And why was he there?
He came out, like I said earlier, when we have a missing child, all resources in the department, if they can spare them, they send them.
In the next slide, who are we seeing here with the sport coat and striped shirt on?
Lieutenant Cheney, I'm sorry.
Okay. And what unit was he with at the time?
The detectives.
Okay. So he was a lieutenant with the detectives?
Yes, sir.
In this next slide, it's noon now, right? 12 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we're a little more than 2 hours in.
Yes, sir.
And who is that walking across the yard there?
That looks like Sergeant Coleman,
And what unit is Sergeant Coleman with?
forensics.
Okay. So by this time, forensics is on the scene.
Yes, sir.
In the next slide, 12:05, who is this that you're interacting with?
Assistant Chief Talbert.
And in the next slide, do you see a number of police officers in the blue shirt of the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Who are these other people in the olive drab and tan uniforms?
I think those are the people that are dealing with the K9, the search dogs.
Okay. And does this depict their arrival at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Now I'll move past this slide and move to the next one. What are we seeing in this slide here?
You see detectives and forensics officers talking to each other.
Okay. And they're in the driveway of the house next door, correct?
Yes, sir.
Talking over the investigation.
That's correct.
Now, the gentleman in the foreground of this photo closest to us, is that Lieutenant Cheney of the Criminal Investigations Division who you talked about earlier? I'm talking about closest to us.
in the gray suit.
No, closest to us,
The guy facing us?
with his back to us.
Oh, that's not, yes, sir. That's
Okay.
Lieutenant Cheney.
So that's Lieutenant Cheney. And who is that in the gray suit in the middle?
That is Chief Hatley.
The Chief of Police for the Chatham County
Yes,
Police
sir.
Department. Who is that in the green shirt?
That is Captain Wright with the detectives unit.
Now, is it normal for multiple lieutenants, captain, and two assistant chiefs and the chief of police himself to show up to a call?
They show up on calls, how would you say, high profile calls like murders, stuff like that. Missing children and stuff like that. When we did a lot of searching and calling in a lot of resources, they come out to.
So they come when it's important.
Yes, sir.
Now, this next slide, what time are we at now here?
12:31.
And who is that we see in this slide?
I think it's Detective Lemons.
All right. And what is happening at this time?
This is the front door of the house. The door that they said that was open.
And what's going on?
I'm explaining to her from where I am what they told me and that showing her the area, the room.
She's taking a look in the room.
Yes, sir.
And then finally, in the last slide here, what time are we at here?
12:43.
All right, so this would be almost 3 hours after your original arrival.
Yes, sir.
You got there at 9:54, 12:43, almost 3 hours.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what are we seeing here? What is happening here?
That is Lieutenant Foster, Detective Lemon, Captain Wright, and that is Captain Bandrich. Let me see the other person.
And that's Detective Lemons on the far right.
Yes, sir.
And what is she doing?
I guess they all briefing about the case. They're talking to each other about the case.
Okay. Talking about the plan to take
Yes, sir.
everybody to headquarters and conduct formal interviews.
I think that's what they was doing.
Let me ask you a little bit about the defendant's demeanor. Okay, I want to go back to when you first got there.
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you responded to missing children calls before?
Yes, sir.
About how many do you think you've responded to, if you had to estimate?
You want a number? I can't tell you the
Rough
number.
estimate.
It's been quite a few, sir. Quite a few,
More than 10, less than 10?
or more than 10.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to observe the demeanor of parents calling in that their child is missing and reaching out to the police for help?
Yes, sir.
What is it normally like?
Most of the time when we get to a residence where a child is missing, mother's upset. She's hysterical. She's crying. She's telling us, "What are you standing here for? Talking to me? You should be out looking for my child. You're wasting time." And just, they're so hysterical. A lot of times you can't talk to them.
Was the defendant like that in this case?
No, sir.
Did you view her demeanor as consistent with that of other parents that you've spoken to in missing children cases?
No, sir, I didn't.
Let me go back to the first slide. I guess it's actually the second slide. Do you see this here?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, does it look to you like the defendant is crying?
Looked like she's trying to cry.
Is that what it looked like to you that day at the time that she was trying to cry?
Okay. I need to pause for a second anyway, just try to focus it a little bit, but the way you just said that, I'm gonna go back just 10 seconds so we can hear it again. Look like she's trying to cry. Love it. Okay.
Looked like to you that day at the time that she was trying to cry?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear to you that she was actually crying or no?
I mean, there was some, you could see there was some water on her face, but it wasn't like I told you. She wasn't hysterical. She wasn't crying, just crying out. When you saw big tears coming out of her.
One moment, please. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, in just a moment, Sergeant. Mr. Hilliard may have some questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Stewart, correct?
Yes, sir.
So Sergeant Stewart, you were one of the first ones to respond on the scene that day, correct?
Yes, sir. One of them.
All right. And I'm curious, you said you have 35 years worth of experience in law enforcement, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in your 35 years of experience in law enforcement and you arrive on the scene of a crime, what's one of the first things you've been trained to do?
Go up and make contact with the complainant.
Okay. And then what next?
Talk to him, find out what's going on.
Okay. And then what next?
If I need to call in other resources, I do.
Okay. Now, in a case like this, where there may have been an abduction that took place or transpired, especially from inside the home, would you secure the scene?
Yes, sir. That's what we had other officers to do that.
Well, we'll get back to that in a minute. So you had officers do that. Which officers were doing that exactly?
Let's see who I have here. I had quite a few officers out there that day, sir. I know Jepsen was there after they had searched the house. He came down. And Gormley, he came down.
Okay.
And for you talking about securing the scene, the house.
Yeah. So
Yes,
isn't it normal routine that you secure the scene where there may be some forensic evidence for you to seize or look at?
That's correct.
Okay. And wouldn't securing that scene mean you prevent people from going in or out?
That's correct.
Okay. Wouldn't it also mean that when you send techs in to go ahead and secure or look or search or do something like that, they would actually be wearing gloves or have some sort of bodysuit on so they would not contaminate the scene?
Yes, sir. You talking about the officers that went in and searched
Talking
the house?
about all of the officers that were out there. It seemed like you had an ungodly amount of people out there that day.
That's correct.
Okay. You have still have State's Exhibit in front of you?
Which
State's
one?
Exhibit 3?
This
Can I approach with this?
one? Oh, this one. Okay, I get it.
It's the big exhibit with 27 pictures. Okay. You got 27 pictures here in front of you that Mr. Dean just meticulously went over with, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's start with number one. Number one was the first one, 954, right? This was literally as you drove up on the scene, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was your body camera operating at that point in time?
It was.
Okay. And this is a still of that, correct?
That's correct.
Now, wouldn't the best evidence of that interaction, rather than your conclusion, be the actual video of that?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, so you arrive on the scene at 9:54 that morning, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have an interaction. This is what we're looking at in this particular photograph, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, rather than your conclusion being what they put in front of this jury, wouldn't the actual video from that body-worn camera be a better indicator of what actually transpired?
Of what I saw.
Right. But that's not what Mr. Dean offered, was it? He offered your conclusion, correct?
He asked me what I thought.
Right. So let's go to the next one. Picture number 2. Same thing. Rather than the actual evidence, he offered your conclusion, correct?
Objection, argument.
Sustain.
Let's talk about number 2. That's actually part of the video as well, is it not, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did Mr. Dean offer your actual video of that interaction? No, he didn't, did he?
Objection, I would ask that the witness be allowed to testify.
Well, he has to actually testify, Judge. I asked a question and it hung out there. He looked confused, so I'll withdraw it and rephrase it.
Okay, thank you.
Sergeant Stewart, these are stills lifted from your body-worn camera from that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've reviewed the body-worn camera, right?
Yes, sir.
It's good
Mhm.
video footage, right?
That's correct.
That's the best evidence of what actually transpired that day, was it not?
Yes, sir.
Objection, argument.
I don't think it's argumentative.
And you do have him on cross-examination. However, I think the point is you are asking the sergeant questions about technically best evidence.
I'll rephrase it, Judge. What actually transpired was recorded on your video, correct, Sergeant?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Dean asked you to state your conclusion about that, correct?
He asked me, did I think about this? And thing I think.
Right. So, didn't play the video, did he?
No.
Okay. Now, let's move on. Look at picture 4. These 3 particular officers, were these officers there to search?
Yes, sir, they were.
Did they search?
They searched the house.
They went in the house? And I'm just curious, was that before or after this picture?
After.
Okay. Did they don any particular gloves or clothing or anything to protect the scene, or did they just go in and search?
I couldn't tell you, sir, because I was standing here. I was not around the back door. They went in the house.
Well, but you know what you saw. Did you see them do that?
Here, no. When they went out of my sight, I don't know what they did.
Okay, well, let's parse this out a little bit then. Did you see them go to, say, I don't know, the back of their car and pull out some gloves?
Most officers carried gloves on their uniform, sir.
Did you see them carrying gloves?
I can't tell you what was in their pocket.
Okay. Well, all right. Did you see them put on any gloves?
I did not.
Did you see them come out and pull any gloves off?
I did not.
So you didn't see him grab any, didn't see him put any on, didn't see him pull any off, but you can't state conclusively that they didn't put any on.
I cannot tell you that.
Okay. Let's look at number 5. These particular 2 officers here, did you see them do that?
You're going through each exhibit from State's Exhibit 3. Do you mean for the photo to correspond on the screen?
Judge, I assume because they've already been tendered, the jury's going to have these.
They're going to have them.
So I really don't care whether they see it right now or not. But. So Sergeant Stewart.
Yes, sir.
These particular 2 officers, which 2 officers are these again?
Officer Voss and Corporal Jepsen.
Same question to them. Did you watch them search?
Officer Voss, no. He stood there and talked to the complainant.
And how about the other officer?
Corporal Jepsen? No, sir. I did not see him search inside the house.
So neither one of them went inside the house.
Corporal Jepsen did.
Okay. Did he put on gloves when he went in?
I can't tell you that, sir.
And let's go to picture 7. This is, I think it's one of the lieutenants, if I'm not mistaken. Is that Lieutenant Foster?
Yes, sir.
Did he help in the search?
No, sir.
Okay. He stayed outside the whole time.
Yes, sir, as far as I know.
Okay. How about picture 8? These 2 officers. I think one of them Jepsen. I don't know who the other one is.
Corporal Jepsen and Officer Zerke.
Zerke. Did Zerke help on the search?
Outside of the house.
She searched outside.
Yes, sir.
All right. And let's go look at picture number 9. That officer, which officer was that?
Officer Norano,
And same question for him. Did he help in the search?
he was outside.
Outside?
Yes, sir.
And when you say outside, we're talking about out in the pool area, the RV, all of that area, correct?
Outside of the house.
Not inside the house.
No, sir. I never saw him inside the house. Never told him to go in there.
Now, and I'm curious, is you said it's Miss Brown. She's a CRO, correct?
Yes, sir.
She arrived at 10:22, which is about 30 minutes after you arrived, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
A little bit more than 30 minutes.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
Yeah, right about 30 minutes. Yes, sir.
35, 40 minutes. Doesn't really matter. Does she normally come out and start taking notes for people?
No, she was requested to come out.
Who requested her? Just out of curiosity.
My lieutenant.
Lieutenant requested the note taker. Okay. Now, so then the next picture is picture 12. It has a detective in it. Did the detective help search?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And picture 13, it looks like it's another detective, Noble, if I'm not mistaken. But is that Detective Noble?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he help search?
Don't know, sir.
Okay. What did he do then?
As far as I know, when he walked up, they was all talking, doing their detective stuff.
Now, and picture 14, I know I should know this officer. Which officer is that?
Thompson.
Thompson. Then what was his duty?
He just came out to assist the lieutenant.
If you had to guess that day, how many people were out there from the time you got there at 9:45 or so till 12:45?
Quite a few people, sir.
A large number of people.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, did you say it's an unusually large number of people?
No.
Okay. You said you've been doing this for 35 years. Look at picture 16.
Yes, sir.
Who made the determination to call out the public information officer?
I can't tell you that, sir. I don't know. I didn't request her.
It wasn't you.
It wasn't me.
Okay. Is that something you would normally do?
No, sir.
Okay. And with regards to the rest of these pictures, over the course of the 3 hours you were there, is it safe to say that more and more and more and more people showed up?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And where did they focus their search at when they got there?
I don't know where they focused their search. I can tell you where I focused.
So where did you focus your search?
My search was the wooded area behind the house, the roadway south of the residence, and the roadway north of the residence. All the houses around that area.
Okay. Now, what time did the media show up?
Don't know, sir. I didn't see the media.
How long were you there that day?
I was there for quite a while.
It's safe to say 6, 8, 9 hours easily.
At that house, I know it was more than 3 hours.
So you were at the house more than 3 hours.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't call the media, did you?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. And that would not be something you would normally do either, would it?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, who was it that called the canine search dogs?
That was something that Lieutenant did.
All right.
Lieutenant Foster.
How many, I'm just curious, Mr. Dean, how many missing child calls have you ever responded to?
Quite a few, sir, over the time I've been.
10, 20?
I know it's been more than 10.
More than 10?
Yes, sir, it's been more than 10.
Less than 20?
I would think it's been more than 20.
Been more than 20?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And have you had any specialized training in that area or no?
Searching for children? What area are you talking about?
I would say missing children's investigations.
We've got classes on it.
A class on it?
Some classes, yes, sir.
Some classes on it? Okay. And how long ago was that?
We haven't had anything recent. It's been a while.
10 years?
I think it's less than that.
5 years?
I've
7
said
years?
I've said 5.
All right. Now, let's talk about when you originally got there. The people that were on scene when you got there was Daniel Youngkin, Paul Simon, Miss McCarta, and her daughter, correct? 4 adults.
Babysitter.
Excuse me?
The names you called last, that the babysitter?
The babysitter and her daughter.
Yes, sir.
So it's 4 adults that you saw when you got there.
Yes, I think it was 4.
Okay. And I have a question for you. What was the first question you asked when you got there?
I asked her what was going on, what was happening, what's going on.
Right. And what were you told?
She told me her child was missing.
Okay. And now you made a distinction here, so I'm going to ask a very specific question. Did you ask if she had an idea of who may have taken the child, or if she had an idea of any suspects?
Well, she kept saying someone took my child. I said, do you have an idea who?
Right. So you asked that question, which is a normal question, right?
Yes, yes.
That's a normal question, right?
Yes,
and she responded to that question, correct? So nothing unusual about that. That's a normal question you'd ask.
yes, sir.
Did Mr. Youngkin say anything to you?
He was saying something.
Objection.
I'm not asking what he said. I'm just asking if he said something to him. That's all.
You may proceed.
Right.
He
So,
was saying something.
right. So Mr. Youngkin, you talked to him as well.
He was standing there when I was talking to the lady.
Right. So you were interacting with Mr. Youngkin, Miss McCarter, her daughter, and Miss Simon all at the same time. And they were all standing right there in front of each other, correct?
The babysitter was, I don't think she was there when I was talking to the lady.
So you
I don't
pulled them
think-
to the side?
No, it's just when I first walked in, I saw her boyfriend, and their little child.
Okay. So that picture, I guess, this right here is what you're describing, with the exception of you can't see the child, right?
Correct.
Right? Okay. So, and was it a few minutes later when it was the babysitter and the daughter and them as well, correct?
That's correct. And also, boss was talking to him. I wasn't talking to him. I was standing back.
Okay. Did you write a report in this case, Sergeant Stewart?
Yes, sir.
And if I were to go back and review that report, would that report pretty much contain everything that you have listed right here and everything you testified to here today?
Pretty much.
That's all the questions I have for this witness, Judge.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dean. Any follow-up?
Yeah, you're right.
All right, thank you. Sergeant,
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
is there any reason the sergeant should not be excused?
No, you're right.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, the state may call its next witness.
Cody Jepsen.
Raise your right hand, please.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes, ma'am. Step this way.
All right, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Josh.
Mr. Dean.
Say that again?
I was turning to Mr. Dean.
Sorry.
Sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Corporal Cody Jepsen. Work with the Chatham County Police Department right now.
And how long have you been with the Chatham County Police Department?
About over 6 years.
And what is your current assignment at the Chatham County PD?
Just basic routine patrol.
When did you join the police department?
Chatham or just in general?
Well, were you with any other police department before Chatham County?
Started with Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department back in October of 2016.
And is that before the Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department split into the Savannah Police Department? And the
Correct. It
Chatham
was
County
still
Police
at a merged department at the time.
Okay. So after the demerger, you went with Chatham County Police?
A few months after the merger, went over to Chatham County PD.
Did you serve in the military before joining the police force?
I did, sir.
And can you tell us your branch of service?
I was in the Army.
And what was your military occupational specialty?
Cavalry Scout, which is basic reconnaissance, 2 3-man mission teams, go out, seek, and inform.
And what years were you on active duty in the Army?
From 2003 to 2015.
Sometime not too long before you joined the police?
Yes, sir.
What's your current assignment, did you say? Did you say what watch you're on?
I'm on the routine patrol division on Alpha Watch on the west side Chatham precinct.
Alpha Watch is the same thing as A Watch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that essentially the day shift or something like that?
It's just the call sign in general. You have 4 watches, Alpha Bravo, Charlie Delta, and it's just signed to Alpha Watch.
What hours do you typically work?
5:30 to 1700 on day shift, and then to 1800, and then 1730 to 06 on night shift.
Okay. What particular beat are you assigned to?
It's on numerical basis, and I'm in beat 7, which pretty much goes from Ageechee Road near 516 all the way up to the Berwick area, Lamarville, South Bridge, all the area right in between those 2 areas.
Does beat 7 include the Gerard Buckhalter neighborhood?
It does, sir.
Am I saying Gerard right? Is it Gerard or Gerard?
Everyone pronounces it differently. Gerard, Garriard. I've heard it 15 different ways.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to October 5 of 2022, specifically the morning of that day, okay?
Yes, sir.
Were you working in beat 7
Yes,
Alpha
sir.
Watch that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you respond along with Sergeant Stewart, Officer Voss, and Officer Gormley to a missing child call at 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir.
Now, you guys didn't all arrive in the same vehicle, did you?
No, sir.
But did you all arrive at substantially the same time, like within a few seconds of each other?
Sergeant Stewart was on scene first, and then myself and Officer Voss arrived right around the same time, and then Officer Gormley came a short time after.
Now, were you present in the driveway for the defendant, Ms. Simon's initial statement to Sergeant Stewart about what was going on and why they had called the police?
I came in right around that time, yes, sir.
Okay. And did Sergeant Stewart task you out with looking in the house for the child?
Yes, sir, you did.
And did you do that?
I did.
Can you describe how that played out? What did you do?
After being tasked to go look around the house, I went inside with permission from I believe the boyfriend at the time, or the brother, one of the two.
Up on the screen right now, it states Exhibit 3, Slide 2. Is that in the orange reflective vest there, the gentleman who gave you permission to search the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyway, go on. I'm sorry to interrupt.
So I was in the backyard or back patio area. Asked permission to go inside the house, which he granted. And then after that, went in, and then basically on the first entry, just went through the downstairs area.
And did you find the child in the downstairs area?
No, sir.
Did you ever go back in the house and look anywhere else?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that, please?
When we went back in the second time with Officer Gormley, we conducted a downstairs and upstairs search through all the bedrooms, closets, just the basic go around the house.
Now, when you were looking in the house on these two different occasions that you're talking about, what were you looking for?
Just for any signs of the child, diapers, anything that would kind of lead us to, or sounds to lead us to where a child may be.
First and foremost, you were looking for the child. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir. Yep.
Okay. Now, at some point, did the fellow on the screen here in the orange reflective vest give you a picture of the child?
Yes, sir, he did.
And why was that?
Just out of basic necessity, so we can give out to other officers, the PIO for the department, just a basic description of what the individual looks like, basic appearance.
And you mentioned the PIO. Is that the public information officer?
Yes, sir.
And what would she do with a picture of a missing child?
I can't put it on social media for others to see.
See if anybody had seen him around?
Yeah.
Okay. At some point, shortly after your initial arrival, did you approach the defendant and ask her for a clothing description, what the child had been wearing the last time that he had been seen?
Yes, sir.
And did she give one to you?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what she said?
It was a Sesame Street pajama top, and then I believe like a blue gym style shorts.
Okay. And did you have a body worn camera on that day?
I did.
And did it record that interaction?
Yes, sir.
And your other involvement at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you arrived initially, and she approached Sergeant Stewart and gave this initial kind of blast of information.
Yep.
She said something to the effect of the door having been open, right?
Yep. Yes,
Did
sir.
you go and look at the front door to see what it looked like?
I did.
And at some point after doing that, did you go ask for her, the defendant, for some clarification on what the exact state of the door was at the time that she woke up and saw it open?
Yes, sir, I did.
And why did you go ask her for that clarification?
Just further knowledge, see if it was, really basically if it was kicked in, broken in, how was it opened, if it was locked, unlocked.
Did you see any of that stuff in the door frame, any damage or anything like that?
I did not, sir.
Okay.
Everything appeared as a door should be.
And other than those interactions with the defendant and searching through the house, what was the remainder of your involvement at the scene? What did it consist of?
So after the basic 15-20 minutes there, did the two searches of the house. I was tasked to walk on to pretty much search around the wooded area. Believe, can't remember the cardinal direction. Pretty much behind the property and the wood line there going towards Veterans Parkway.
Did you find anything back there?
No, sir. No signs of any disturbance or evidence.
And were you eventually released by Sergeant Stewart or Lieutenant Foster to resume your normal patrol duties?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 4 now, please.
I've seen it, Judge.
Okay, so are you seeking to admit that?
Well, I need to lay a foundation.
Go ahead, please.
I've just handed you a disc marked as State's Exhibit 4. Does that disc contain your body-worn camera footage from that day?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know that's what's on it?
Reviewed the footage and then signed, initial, and dated.
And does the footage on that disc fairly and accurately depict the events that you were involved in at the scene that day?
Yes, sir.
Does it appear to have been altered or modified in any way?
No, sir.
Your Honor, I would offer this as State's Exhibit 4.
Objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
I'm going to publish just a couple of brief excerpts, Your Honor. The first will be on the timestamp in the top right corner of the file from 09:58 and 2 seconds. And I will note for the record when I stop the playback, this will be about 20 seconds.
What was your son last wearing?
He was wearing Sesame Street, like the color shirt, I'm running black shorts, red black gym shorts.
All right. So I think I asked you earlier about the clothing description, and I recall you saying blue shorts. Having watched that, do you want to revise that answer?
Yeah, it was the red or black shorts.
Red.
I mean, I'm bad with colors just in general, but yeah, it was gym style shorts. So.
Okay. The next bit that I will publish is starting at 10:02:53.
Now, how open was the door? Just about a foot.
But open enough that I see that open my eyes, I can see it on top of the house.
I've stopped the playback at 10:03:14. Per the timestamp. One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Hilliard.
Officer Jepsen, how long were you on scene that day?
I don't know an actual full-time amount.
Just best guess.
I don't believe no more than an hour,
So you just out there for an hour?
give or take.
Okay. And again, but while you were there for that hour, you conducted 2 searches of the houses and at least 1 search of the wood line, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you said you searched in the house, did you go through the entire house?
Me and Gormley kind of broke it up. So I personally didn't go through every inch of the house. But he took a little bit, I took a little bit.
What was the part you took then?
A little bit of the downstairs. I mean, it was a maze to begin with. So some of the downstairs, most of the downstairs, I'm not really too sure. And then a few bedrooms on the upstairs and closets.
All right, well, let's talk about the downstairs.
Mhm.
The front door that you walk in is I guess that's the one that's facing Buckhalter Road.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you walk in, you immediately see the couch, the TV screen, and all that area, correct?
If you're walking in, you have the crib right next to the door. And then to the left, the couch, and the TV on the other side. Yes, sir.
Right. And if you walk further back into the house, does it go back around to another part of the house?
Yes, sir.
And does it come around to the back side of the house?
Eventually.
And how's that? Well, how's that laid out? Is it a maze or?
Yeah, it was a complete maze on the inside there. I know they're doing construction, so there was, walls everywhere that kind of made you go left when you go right kind of thing.
But let me ask you this, but I'm going to assume it's a normal house, right?
Yeah.
It has windows. And
Yes, sir.
the front door is not the only door, is it?
No, sir.
And was there another door?
The back door.
And where does that back door go to?
To the pool back patio area.
Okay. And was that back door unlocked or open?
It was the door. It was open. It was unlocked. Yes, sir.
Okay. And whenever you went and I guess worked your way through the downstairs, did you notice anything of any importance?
At the time, no, sir.
Any contraband?
No, sir.
Any weapons?
No, sir.
Any, I guess, biological material?
I didn't see him, sir.
Okay. So, and you went through and searched the house twice, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you go upstairs and search as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I assume you went outside and searched the outside areas as well, correct?
Yes, sir. In the woodline.
And were you the only one searching, or were there other people searching too?
There's a few of us. Are you talking about inside or outside?
Both.
I know me and Gormley did the inside. I can't say if anyone else came in looking after us. And then on the back, there's several officers looking through the wood line.
Okay. And again, I know you're only there for a short time, but I'm just talking about what you saw. But there were a number of officers searching both inside and outside. Correct?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And is it safe to say that over that period of time, as time wore on, more people came, or?
Yeah, more people officers came. Yeah.
So the numbers of people walking around doing the searching and in and out of the scene increased over the time you were there, not decreased?
Correct.
If you remember, and if you don't, that's fine too. Have the forensic tech showed up yet, or no?
No, sir.
Okay, so these are all officers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But not forensic technicians or people who are trained to collect evidence?
No, sir.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you, Officer Jepsen.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dean, any redirect?
One moment, please.
Thank you.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any reason why this witness cannot be excused?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you're excused.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
This right here.
Just leave it right there.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Before we call the next witness, is everybody good? Okay. Yeah, I think I needed a break too. So let's break for 15 minutes. It's 3:15. Let's be back at 3:30.
You're exiting?
Yes, yes. How's everyone doing? I know we have some animosity towards the defense attorney in the chat, which is cool. I get it. He's defending a monster. Um, but I actually appreciate defense attorneys because, we want them to do their job. We want them to do it well to help lessen appeals. And
All right, we're on break until 3:30.
I appreciate that. I've been calling him Mr. Sassy Pants in my head because he comes up there all sassy and big in the britches. Oh, what do we know about Leilani's dad? Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. He's not doing as good of a job at connecting his points. Absolutely. Yep, I agree. And it was the fake crying for me. What was his name? When Bobby was like, she's trying to cry. She was trying. Oh. But also there was a gap. So, like, Bobby stated that Leilani told him, which I'm very disappointed they didn't play the whole body cam. I hope that's something that Allie and others will be able to get later. But Leilani told him that she noticed Quentin missing at 6, which that doesn't make sense because that was when Danny was getting up and he couldn't wake her, remember? But she didn't call in at the 911 call until, what was that, like 9:30? He arrived on the scene at 9:42. So, 3.5 hours later. Crazy. I know, it's been very quick. It has been. I'm actually surprised that we're almost to witness number 3 on day 1. I thought we were gonna get through opening statements, maybe get to the first witness, but these witnesses are kinda slow. It's just, in my opinion, it's basically just kinda setting up the day and getting the evidence or the exhibits admitted into evidence that they want. Forensics were there probably to assess the crib or playpen Quentin slept in. Not until later, but yeah, later they did come. You're scrubbing them again. Yeah, they'll be back in about, well, it's 3 my time, but yeah, 4 your time. She was eating healthy in jail or eating well in jail, but also she's probably not on drugs in jail. And we do know at this time when, that we see her in the body cam footage that she is on drugs. So, I mean, that'll affect her weight as well. I'm not saying how I mean, I I don't feel any particular way about it because he is just trying to do his job. Like, I remember watching a clip of, Letitia Stauch's lawyer afterwards, and it's like, he didn't believe her, but he had a job to do. So, I can appreciate the fact that they have a job to do. Somebody has to defend them. Don't be on Top Chat like Grandma Sherry. Uh, tell me your boy mom. Yeah, and that's true. I mean, there's checks and balances in our system for a reason, and that is one of the reasons. I also think that most people don't appreciate defense attorneys until they need one, and I understand that as well. See, so Corporal Cody Jepsen, he was our second witness. There wasn't a whole lot out of him. Um, well, let me go back to our first witness, Sergeant Bobby Stewart. Now, on cross, Mr. Sassy Pants basically got Bobby to admit that because the prosecution was kind of making it sound like Leilani was trying to pin it on Bubba. And she that's kind of how they made it sound, and that works to their benefit. On cross, Mr. Sassy Pants got out of Bobby that it was because Bobby asked her, like, is there anybody you think would abduct him? And that's how he asked the question, and she responded with the name Bubba. But thinking she made it all up, and yeah, whatever. Second witness is Corporal Cody Jepsen. Not a whole lot out of him. I kind of tuned out a little bit until they talked about he went and asked her for clarification of the state of the open door. Claimed it was basically, just like wide open. But they didn't find any, damage around the door or anything like that. They put his body cam footage and then he went and searched the wood line as well. He didn't see anything at all when searching the house twice. I think that's like a point that the defense is gonna get out several times. What do you think? Where do you guys think the defense is going with the fact that lots of people were there? Like a baby is missing. Why is the defense pointing out that there is heavy law enforcement at the scene? I mean, it's a missing child. I would want there to be heavy law enforcement at the scene. So I'm kind of curious as to what their narrative is going to be with that. I had a defense attorney apologize to me when the trial was over. I changed my view. Oh. And her attorney later spoke out and talked about how hard it was for so many to hate him for doing his job, and that was representing someone he didn't like himself. Yes, I remember watching it on your channel, yep. And it's gotta suck. I mean, look at us all here. Like, the second he starts talking, I wanna shoot daggers at him too, but he's just, doing his job. Unless he's a total jerk in real life. I don't know if he wears suspenders, but his partner, I don't have a name for him yet, but the other attorney, he wears a bow tie. Did Mr. Sassy Pants have on a bow tie? I can't remember. We just saw him. Let me see. No, he's got on a tie. Okay. The other guy's got the bow tie on. The guy who gave the opening statements that lasted 60 seconds. I feel for defense attorneys in these situations. They basically are forced to play the villain. Yeah, pretty much. Hey, MK, good to see you, love. I'm wondering, or yeah, tainted evidence, maybe because of traffic. That's kind of what I was thinking. I'm hoping that they're not trying to insinuate planted evidence. Hey, Grain. He seems snippy too. Maybe we'll call him Mr. Snippy. He was short. He was like Mr. Snippy, premature Snippy or something. I don't know. I don't know. I'm wondering how long they'll go as well, Allie. I've never seen that short of a opening statement, 10. Never. I've seen a couple short ones, but they've almost always have gone at least 5 minutes. I don't know if Billy Joe will testify. I'm guessing she will since she's not in there. She's not in the court right now because she's a witness. So yeah, so she will testify. His Cliff Notes defense was like, this is all rumor and gossip, and it's the prosecution's job to prove it. That was his opening statement. Salty. I like that too. Well, it's supposed to go 2 to 3 weeks. I'm with you though. I don't see it taking that long unless there's some stuff we don't know about coming, like some long. Well, there's those phone calls coming, so that might take a few days. The phone calls with Danny, that might take a few days. So depending on what other evidence they have. But I'm with you. I didn't think it would be a super long trial. Claus said that Billy Joe had been in the hearings and was very emotional. She said she was without a doubt grieving very much. I bet. I bet. Yeah, I can't wait to hear those calls too. I'm very, very curious about hearing things from Danny's point of view. Let's not spread the narrative like so many others of others' involvement and whatnot, but I'm very curious, having been the person that was, he was there sleeping in the room when the state alleges it happened and all that stuff. So I'm very curious to hear his point of view. See where it leads us. I'm also just nosy. I hope we find out why he took off so early and all the things. Mhm. I was reading through Jones's summary. She had a summary of the opening statements. It took till October 12th is when Leilani admits to cocaine, Percocet, and weed, and regular user of cocaine. Yeah, that's when the Orgel story went from, oh, I wasn't really getting Orgel, I was getting cocaine. Okay. Claims she doesn't know what she did, but she hopes that Ellie is able to bring him home to her safe. Will take responsibility for whatever they find. On October 18th, law enforcement announced the landfill search. Quentin was not in the dumpster very long as it was emptied the same day. He was impeached. Yeah, I might show that at the end of this. I made a video back when this case was going on of the process of what our trash goes through from when it gets picked up, and it's just horrendous. It's absolutely horrendous to think that his sweet little body went through that. She's just kind of going through it. Weeks of searching at the landfill. October 24th, while landfill being searched, Leilani is still playing games, does interview with WTOC, still claiming to be a victim of child abduction. Same day after interview, Leilani sends the FBI agent the text blaming Danny. That was interesting. I might see if I can pull that up for their next break. Because I read it really quickly, but I would like to pause and read it again. Leilani claimed that Danny used her car and her phone was in the car. October 31st was the last interview. She stuck to the story. And November 18th is when they found Quentin. The top front skull portion, foot, mostly bones, and different lines of trash spread out. Of course, Leilani stated at her last interview she doesn't remember anything, remembers getting home and doing a line of cocaine, smoked a blunt, and got in bed. Is that a normal thing, y'all, to mix drugs like that? Like, I'm just like speaking at a, I don't know. Wouldn't they counteract each other or do they work together? I'm speaking out of ignorance because I do not know. Weed and coke, what they do to you going together. Yeah, she basically used coke as an excuse for memory loss. See, I don't know. Does it? Does coke cause memory loss? Is snorting more gel than you think? Right. Oh. Hey, Tragedy Pimps Exposed. Good to see you, love. Okay, so it's normal to mix them together? I just wasn't sure. Like, what would it do? What would the purpose of it be? Like, weed chills you out, right? What does coke do? Doesn't it bring you up? See ya. Let me Google it. Yeah, cocaine's an upper, it says. Okay. Cocaine stimulates the CNS and boosts the user's energy, physical stamina, and alertness, making them feel invincible and invigorated. And weed's a downer, right? I know, we need a drug for all of us that are not in the know. So they do them at the same time, Allie? I feel like that would cancel them out. Like, wouldn't you do like one, then wait a little bit, then do the other? Maybe I'm wrong. It's called cross-fading. Oh, okay. That's another thing I'm gonna Google now.
Back on the record
Oh,
in
they're back.
SPCR 22-03364J6. And Mr. Dean, are you ready to resume?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Hilliard?
Defense is ready as well, Judge.
Okay, let the record reflect that Ms. Simon is present with her counsel at
I'm gonna be
table.
Googling this.
We can bring the jurors in.
Ibushi. Oh, okay. We brought you down. That's true, cutie pie. That's true.
Okay.
Okay, okay.
Is there only one in there? Okay. I know. That's still pushing it.
I'm learning all the things from you guys today. Staring and coke at the same time, we're nodding to, heart pounding to not. Wow. Like, oh, okay, Jay, I'll check it. Oh, thank you, thank you. I'll read that on our next break. It's the screenshot of the text that she sent Danny. I have no idea how that works, Lucy. No idea. Holy cow. But you did them together, Allie? Like you said, I guess to intensify it? Just within minutes apart, and yeah, most addicts just want to keep getting high, but if she was in a heightened emotional state, could easily overdo it. That's true. But if she was truly using it as, to self-medicate the pain, would have mixing those two things been beneficial? I love this court reporter's glasses. I'm just saying, those are really pretty. I know, Roro.
You please
I'm
have a
very
seat.
proud of her.
Thank you. I think everyone needed that break. And Mr. Dean, the state may call its next witness.
Sean Wilkins.
Sean Wilkins.
Face the clerk, raise your right hand. The evidence you shall give the court and the jury the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. So let me know. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
Sure. My name is Sean Wilkins, S-H-A-W-N. My last name is Wilkins, W-I-L-K-I-N-S.
And what is your city and state of residence, sir? Where do you live now?
Currently, I live in Uxbridge, Massachusetts.
Did you travel down here for this trial?
I did, yes.
Okay. And where are you from originally?
I am from Uxbridge, Massachusetts originally.
Okay, so you've gone home.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you do for a living these days, sir?
I'm currently employed as a public safety officer for Bryant University.
Okay, and is that in Massachusetts?
That is in the state of Rhode Island.
Okay, got it. Were you previously a police department with the Chatham County Police Department, or a police officer with the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what were the years that you were with the Chatham County Police?
If I recall correctly, I started in March of 2021 and ended in July of 2023.
So you've since left the department and moved back to your hometown?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Okay. During your time with the Chatham County Police Department, what assignments or positions did you hold, in order, if you can remember?
Yes. So I started off as a patrolman, graduating the academy. After about a year of service, I applied to the CID, the Detective Division, and I was granted the position, I believe, in late September of 2022. And then I went back to patrol in February of 2023, where I remained until I left.
Now, you said the Detectives Division has an acronym CID. What does that stand for?
Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay. So you mentioned you got to CID as a detective in, I think, September of 2022.
Yes, sir.
So as of October of 2022, were you working for the Chatham County Police Department as a detective?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you, on the morning of October 5th, 2022, respond to a missing child call at 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, I did.
And when you got there, did you conduct an interview with the defendant, Leilani Simon?
Yes, I did.
And do you see her sitting in the courtroom today?
That I do, yes, sir.
Can you identify her by an article of clothing or where she's sitting, please?
She is currently in the table to the right of you, sitting down with the glasses on right there.
Witness has identified the defendant. Now, were you first on the scene for the detectives?
I was, yes, sir.
Okay, so you were the first detective to arrive there.
That is correct, yes.
Bunch of other police officers, but you're the first detective.
Yes.
And when you got there, what was the first thing you did? Did you walk right up to her and start talking to her, or did you get some background, or what?
No, I did not. At first, when I arrived on scene, I believe I was briefed by Lieutenant Foster, just giving a short synopsis of what the call was about. And then I would say approximately 5 minutes after that is when I engaged in a conversation with the defendant.
Now I'm displaying on the screen a slide from State's Exhibit 3, and I think it is slide 12, although the number's kind of difficult to make out. Do you see yourself in that picture?
Yes, that is me.
That's you wearing the dark colored jacket?
Yes, sir.
And is that Lieutenant Foster to your left in real life, but to the right in the photograph?
Yes, sir. That does appear to be Lieutenant Foster.
Now, would this image reflect the approximate time of your arrival at the scene and getting briefed by Lieutenant Foster?
Yes, sir. That is what appears to be happening. Yes.
All right. So going off of the timestamp, what time would that have been?
The timestamp reflects 10:44 a.m.
Does that sound right to you?
That does, yes.
Okay. And you said it was only maybe 5 minutes after this that you spoke to the defendant.
I would say so, yes, sir.
And where was it that you talked to her?
If I do recall correctly, I had gone through the back gate to where the defendant was at the time.
Are you referring to the swimming pool area, patio area in the back?
Roughly.
Okay. Who was out there at the time?
I would say the defendant, her brother, Mr. Paul, and her fiance, Mr. Daniel.
Okay. Did you separate the three of them to conduct your interviews?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ultimately end up talking to all three of them on the scene?
Ultimately, yes, I did at one point or another speak to all three, yes.
Okay. Well, I want to ask you specifically about your interview with the defendant. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Did you ask her when the last time she had seen her child was?
That I did, yes, sir.
And what did she say to that?
If I recall correctly, the defendant explained that she had gone to bed at approximately midnight that evening. And yes, that is approximately midnight that evening.
And was she putting that out there as the last time she had seen her child, Quentin, I should say, the missing child, sometime before she went to bed at midnight?
Yes, sir. When I had asked that question, I believe I did ask if she remembers putting Quentin down at that time. Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you when she had woken up in the morning?
I believe she explained that she woke up at 9 a.m. that next morning.
So in this initial interview with you, the first detective on scene, she's putting herself in bed around midnight. Last time she saw Quentin was before that, and has herself waking up at 9 a.m.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Was your interview with the defendant audio recorded?
Yes, I did use an audio recording device for our interview on scene.
Did you have a body-worn camera at that time?
I do not believe I did at that time, no.
And is that because detectives didn't have body-worn cameras at that point?
Not normally. We did not wear body-worn cameras normally in our uniform.
Do you see in front of you a disc marked as State's Exhibit 5?
That I do. That is correct.
Okay. And do you know what's on that disc?
I believe it is that audio recording from that morning with the defendant.
And have you listened to the contents of that disc, at least in part, to verify that that's what it is?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. And does that recording fairly and accurately depict your interview with her at the scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move this into evidence as State's Exhibit 5.
No objection, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, at this point, I'll publish a brief portion from the beginning of this recording. I'm going to start at the very beginning of the recording, and I'll state for the record when I stop the playback.
So when's the last time you saw your child?
When I went to bed last night.
And what time was that?
It
Do you
was
remember?
around 12.
12? Okay.
12 when I went to bed. I had my wisdom teeth removed yesterday.
I'm sorry, that's
So I went to bed kind of late.
I get you. Listen, I had them up too.
So and then I got up this morning about 9.
About 9?
And my front door is open, so I went up and I shut it, not thinking about anything like that. And I look over and check on my kids, and he was gone. All the rest were there. He was
It's
gone.
all right. It's all right. It's all right. Take some deep breaths.
That was actually a 34-second clip that I cut out of the larger file that was admitted, and I'll make it clear for the court reporter and the clerk at some point on a break what portion of the larger file was actually played.
Thank you. Any issues with that?
No issues, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Now, did you go to headquarters that day for follow-on interviews with involving the defendant, Daniel Youngkin and Paul Simon?
Yes, I did. That is correct.
And were you paired up with an FBI agent to participate in these interviews?
I was, yes.
And do you remember who you were paired up with?
I do have my report here. If I could look at that just to remember the name.
Sure, if that would refresh your memory.
Yes, I was paired up with FBI Special Agent Taylor Burns.
And who did you all interview of the three?
The defendant's brother, Paul.
Okay. Now, sometime over the coming days, were you asked to submit a request to Verizon for phone records associated with a phone number for a Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
Yes, I was.
And did you do that?
Yes.
How did you do that?
There is a paper form that we were sent by the cell phone carrier, in which I fill out the identifying information, such as the name that the number is registered to, the actual phone number, and I believe a time frame in which the records that we are requesting are needed.
And did you submit that request to Verizon?
Yes, I did.
And did they produce responsive records to you in response to that request?
Yes, sir, they did.
How do they give those to you? Do they mail them to you in the mail or email them or what?
I believe it was an email, sir.
Okay. And when you got those records, did you forward those to the lead investigator, Marion Lemons, who's here in court with us?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Hilliard?
Just a few.
Mr. Wilkins, how long have you been in law enforcement?
I was employed as a police dispatcher in Holliston, Massachusetts for approximately 3 years. After that, in 2021 is when I was employed with the Chatham County Police Department for about 2.5 years.
So from like 2018 to 2021, you're a police dispatcher. I guess you moved down here and were
Patrolman at that time.
patrolman at Chatham County.
Yes, and then transitioned into a detective role in September of 2022.
And you were a detective from September and then went back to patrol in February?
That is correct, yes.
I was just curious. That's kind of a short time. Why?
I just didn't feel fulfilled, I guess, at in the detective unit.
So, and then when did you move back to Massachusetts?
So I left the detective unit in February of 2023 and was on patrol. And then I would say in July of 2023 is when I moved back to Massachusetts.
All right. So you've been up there about 15 months, a little bit more at this point in time.
I think that's fairly accurate.
You said you had a conversation with Ms. Simon at the patio area. And I believe Mr. Simon was there, Paul Simon was there, and was anyone else present?
I believe the defendant's fiance at the time, Daniel, was there. I don't remember how close in proximity he was, though.
Any children there?
What was that? I'm sorry.
Any children there?
I can't recall.
Okay. How about any other adults?
There were a few adults. I think I talked to them sparingly after the interviews with the three, but I can't recall their relation to the defendant off the top of my head.
And how long were you on the scene that day? We're talking October 5th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long were you actually on scene that day at 535 Buckhalter Road?
From my arrival at 10:44 in the morning, I believe we didn't leave, if memory serves me correctly, maybe 5 or 6 p.m. Again, that's a ballpark estimate, though.
So at least 7 or 8 hours.
Roughly, yes, sir.
And when you did leave, my understanding is, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, just trying to make sure I understand, but when you did leave 7 or 8 hours later, it was to go to the police station and conduct interviews, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. So it wasn't like you just went home. You were there for 7 or 8 hours, and then you went and did an interview, correct?
No, sir. There was no downtime between leaving the scene and going to the station.
And that's kind of what I was getting to. Now, while you were on the scene for those 7 or 8 hours, was it an increasing number of people that were arriving on the scene?
I would say more resources had arrived on scene in an attempt to find Quentin at that time, yes.
So the number of people kept going up during that 7 or 8 hour period?
Yes, sir.
And to the best of your knowledge, was this all of your involvement in the case, to the best of your recollection?
Outside of my initial on-scene interview with the defendant and the interview with Paul Simon and what Mr. Dean had asked me of the cell phone records, in terms of major involvement, yes. After that, I was moved to more of a supportive role, where I was just there to help as a body mostly.
Well, let me ask you this. On the day that you were there on October 5th, did you conduct any of the searches on the house or anything like that while you were there?
Not any of the in-depth searches to my recollection. It was the interviews, conversations with the other detectives that had arrived on scene, and then the interviews shortly after.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Dean?
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. May this witness be excused?
You may.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
The state may call its next witness.
Kiana Robbins.
Yeah, the questioning is very brief. Very, very brief.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Step this way, ma'am.
All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
It's Kiana, Keina, Robbins, Robbins.
And where do you work?
With Chatham County Police Department.
What is your position there?
Currently a detective.
How long have you been with the Chatham County Police Department?
6 years.
And did you work with any other police departments prior to starting with the Chatham County Police Department?
No, sir.
What assignments have you had at the Chatham County Police Department before becoming a detective?
I was on patrol for 3 years.
Okay. So that would put you joining the detectives roughly
January
when?
of 2022.
January of 2022.
Yes, sir.
Now, were you on duty as a detective on the morning of October 5th, 2022?
Yes.
Where were you and what were you doing?
I was at the Islands Precinct, located at 54 Johnny Mercer Boulevard, in our detective's office at my desk.
Now, is that a ways away from 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, it's about 30 minutes, give or take, 45.
Is that where your office is located?
Yes.
The Islands Precinct?
Yes, sir.
Is that where all the detectives' offices are located for the department, or are y'all spread out?
That's our main office. We don't have any other offices at any other precincts.
Okay, so the CID offices, if I'm understanding you correctly, are in the Islands Precinct on Johnny Mercer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you become involved at some point that day in the investigation of the disappearance of Quentin Simon?
Yes, sir.
Did you go to the scene yourself that day, 535 Buckhalter?
Yes, sir.
When roughly did you go there?
Around 6 o'clock, I believe, that evening, after getting a search warrant signed.
Okay, so you didn't go there till the evening, till after the search warrant was signed for your residence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, earlier, before that, were you nevertheless still involved from your desk at the Islands Precinct?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, were you asked, or did you just decide to run the defendant's name, Leilani Simon, and see whether there were any vehicles registered to her that you could see in your system?
I was asked by the detectives on scene.
Okay. And how did they ask you? Over the radio, cell phone, or what?
Through text.
Okay. So who was on the scene at that point and may have asked you to do that, if you remember?
I believe it was Detective Noble and Detective Wilkins.
Okay. So one or both of them asked you to run her name and see about vehicle registrations?
Yes, sir.
And did you see that any particular vehicle was registered to her?
I believe that there was a Dodge Journey registered to her.
Do you remember the tag number for the Dodge Journey?
Yes, it was TEN9300.
And is that a Georgia tag?
Yes, sir.
One moment. Now, do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 6?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what that is?
It appears to be a license plate reader from Flock.
Okay, a flock camera?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does it fairly and accurately depict what a typical flock camera looks like?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move this in as States Exhibit 6.
No objection, Judge. I've already seen it.
It's admitted.
And may I ask, rather than putting this up on the screen, if it could just be published by passing it to the jury?
That's fine, Judge.
And would the court like for me to do that, or would the court prefer that a deputy do that?
What does the state wish to do?
I'm fine.
Are these photos?
It's just a single photograph.
It's just one picture, Judge.
Okay. So you can- Thank you.
Now, what is a flock camera and what is the flock system?
So essentially, it's a license plate reader that is stationed throughout different areas throughout the U.S. The Flock system is made only public to law enforcement agencies, so you have to have a username and a password through your agency to actually use the system.
And did you have that on October 5th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Roughly how many of these cameras are there scattered around Chatham County? Off the top of your head, I'm not looking for a firm number.
About 300.
Okay. And do you have access to the information from all of those?
Yes.
Do you have access to information from flock cameras in other places?
Yes, sir.
How does that work?
So essentially what it is the agency, say if we're here in Georgia, an agency in California can put us on their permissions list. And then what we can do is just add it or do what we call a hot list, which means say if there's a vehicle that you're looking for, if you have the tag, you can put it in the system and then it'll alert those individuals who are on the hot list. So I would have to say if I'm the owner of the hot list, I can add you as a user to see what the vehicle and where it hits at.
Now, what do these cameras do when a car drives by and the license plate comes into the field of view of the camera?
It just takes a picture of the license plate and the back of the vehicle.
Okay. And are those images maintained in the flock database that you have access to?
Yes, I think they hold for about 30 days.
Okay. And does it tell you the location of the camera that took the picture?
Yes, sir.
And you can see the picture itself?
Yes, sir.
Does it tell you the time that that picture was taken by that camera?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have the ability to, after the fact, search for a particular tag number in the flock database and see what, if any, cameras in the area or in other locations that you have permissions for, the vehicle's tag has been photographed by?
Yes, sir.
And once you had this tag for the defendant's car, Georgia TEN 9300.
Yes, sir.
Did you look it up in the flock system?
Yes.
Okay. And you're doing this on October 5th, the morning of, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you see any results of note to you?
Yes, it showed that the vehicle hit multiple times from the late night of October 4th until the morning of October 5th.
All right. And so you were able to look at this and see, gosh, it looks like this car has been out driving around?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with that information, did you relay that to officers on scene?
Yes.
Who specifically do you remember relaying it to?
I contacted Lieutenant Foster.
Okay. And was he the on-scene commander at this point?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And you told him, hey, I'm seeing flock hits late at night for this car.
Yes, and then I sent him a screenshot of my computer screen of the multiple hits on the flock camera.
And how did you send that to him?
Through text message.
Okay. Had you just taken a picture of your computer screen with your phone? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And sent that to him?
Yes.
All right. One moment, please, Your Honor. You mentioned going out to the residence after a search warrant had been obtained for the residence.
Yes,
Who obtained that search warrant?
I did.
What do you have to do to get a search warrant?
You have to get the information you need from the detectives or whoever's on scene. Essentially type up the search warrant and then submit it to your supervisor. The supervisor then approves or rejects it. Once it is approved, you would reach out to the judge who's on call or who's available. And then at that point, you send them the warrant. Once they find probable cause, and they'll sign it and then send it back to you to file gavel.
I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 7.
No objection, Judge.
All right, could you take a look at State's Exhibit 7, please? Is that a copy of the search warrant that you obtained for 535 Buckhalter Road on October 5th?
Yes.
I would introduce this in as State's Exhibit 7, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. May.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Hilliard?
Just one or two, Judge. Detective Robbins, you secured the search warrant and you looked at the flock camera, and that was pretty much I guess, the beginning and end of your involvement in the case?
For the most part, yes, sir.
And did you ever respond to the scene that day or no?
To 535 Buckhalter?
Yes.
Yes, that evening around 6 o'clock p.m.
Okay. How long were you there?
Up until maybe 8 or 9, and then I went to the West Chatham Annex, which is where our property room is located.
That's all the questions I got, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dean, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. You are excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Yeah, these are going by quick, but they're just really short questions and
The state may
answers.
call its next witness.
They've got to be building up to a bigger witness.
Eugene Foster.
Eugene Foster, come on down. They do have cause of death as blunt force trauma, but there's no way to know if that came from his travels to the landfill or prior. They have no way of knowing that, unfortunately.
Seek the clerk and raise your right hand, please. The evidence you shall give the court and the jury of the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you. Thank you. Step this way, please.
To get one.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
Yes, my name is Eugene Foster. My first name is spelled Yujean. Last name is Foster, Foster.
And what is your city and state of residence, sir?
I currently live in Statesboro, Georgia.
And what do you do for a living these days, sir?
I'm a retired police lieutenant, and I am currently working full-time at International Paper.
What are you doing for International Paper?
I'm a chemical operator.
Okay. And when did you retire as a police officer?
March of 2023, I retired.
And was that from the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any side jobs now in addition to International Paper?
Yes, sir. I guess I didn't have enough to do, so I work part-time at the Chatham County Sheriff's Office as a police instructor.
As a police instructor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of topics do you instruct on?
I'm a level 3 instructor, so it's pretty much any topic out there I can teach. I teach driving, use of force, firearms, defensive tactics, legal issues, everything.
Now, at the time that you retired from the Chatham County
Yes, sir.
Police Department, how many years of service did you have as a police officer?
Almost 27 years.
In what departments were those almost 27 years spent with?
Oddly enough, at 96, I started with the Chatham County SO. And then,
the sheriff's office?
yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt.
Chatham County Sheriff's Office. And then I laterally transferred to the original Chatham County Police Department. And then we merged with the City of Savannah Police Department, which became the Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department. And then in 2017, we had demerged and I went back with the Chatham County Police Department.
Now, I don't necessarily want to ask you about every assignment that you held during your career as a police officer.
Yes, sir.
I'm guessing it's probably a lot of different things, correct?
Luckily, I was able to do various things.
Did you have, I guess, any experience as a detective specifically?
Yes, sir. For over 7 years, I was in detectives, and I was I was in auto vehicle theft, and then I went to violent crimes. I was in robbery, homicide, and during those 7 years, and I was also for a short period of time in an undercover unit.
And was that with the Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Violent crimes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Dealing with robberies and homicides?
Yes, sir.
So you've been a detective before and did it for quite a while.
Yes, sir.
All right. On October 5, 2022, were you working?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what was your position and assignment at that point?
I was the West Side Watch Commander for the Chatham County Police Department.
And who was your immediate subordinate in that role?
At that time, it was Sergeant Bobby Stewart.
Okay, so it goes Sergeant Stewart, and then next up the chain of command is you, Oscar.
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you at some point that morning respond to 535 Buckhalter in response to a missing child call?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were not the first on scene, were you?
No, I was not.
Who else was there at the time that you got there? And I'm not asking for names, but just broadly speaking, who was there, what was going on?
The initial officer was there, which again, I'm not sure which one it was. I'd have to go back and look. But Sergeant Stewart was already on scene. And when I got there, he started briefing me on what he had already initially found out.
Okay. So you show up and you get briefed by Sergeant Stewart. At that point, do you become the senior man on scene, the on-scene commander?
At that time, yes, sir.
Okay. And the story that was given initially was that the defendant had woken up at around 9 and the front door was open, right?
That was what I was initially told, yes, sir.
Did you take a look at that door?
I did.
Can you tell us what you remember about that door, if anything?
I remember actually checking the function of the door and actually opening it and closing it. And I realized that it wasn't something that was easily open, and it wasn't necessarily a door that was quiet per se. When it opened, it made noises.
Are you describing like kind of a sticky door that you have to pull hard to open?
It required a little bit of,
to open, whatever the case may be.
yes, sir. It required a little bit of force.
Did you have any contact with Detective Kiana Robbins? Well, not necessarily at the scene, but while you were at the scene, did you have some form of contact with her?
Yes, sir. If I remember correctly, I got a phone call from her. And while I was trying to assess everything and trying to allocate resources to potentially figure out what happened, I got a call, at which time she told me that the defendant's vehicle was seen on the flock camera the night before, going down Ageechee Road and then coming back down Ageechee Road.
Now, did you do anything with that information once you had it?
Yes. Once I found that out, because I think when Sergeant Stewart briefly told me they had said that they had went to bed at a certain time the night before, I went back to her because then just kind of got a little feeling. So I went back and I asked her, I said, at any point, did you ever leave the house for any reason? And then she told me no twice. She said, no, never left. I said, okay. I said, could maybe you went somewhere or anything? She said, no. So once she told me no, that kind of threw up another flag for me. I became concerned about that. And I remember talking to her in the backyard or back porch area. And I asked her, I said, could anyone, you sure you didn't leave the house? And then she said, oh, wait, I do remember I went up, if I don't recall the address. It's the convenience store right in front of 4711 Ogeechee Road, which is the same mobile home park. She had said that she went up there to get some Oragel. And she said that she went up there and that then she tried to show me her phone. And she said, matter of fact, I went up there at such and such time and it's in my report. And I came back and I was back home at about 1:25. And the odd thing, because I remember asking her, could anybody have possibly followed you home or anything like that when you left? Because, I mean, you're claiming that somebody came and took your child. Could somebody have possibly, maybe your ex-husband, somebody? She said, no, and that's when she told me about the Oragel. The concerning part about that to me was I've worked that area close to 27 years. That convenience store has never been open past midnight.
Now, did you as a lieutenant have a body worn camera on that day?
No, sir. It wasn't required not by our policy for me to have one.
And is that because, I guess as a lieutenant, you're not typically the one out there making first contact with a complainant or a suspect? So you just don't need it like a patrol officer does?
Correct. I'm usually after the fact.
Okay. But in any case, this last conversation that you're referring to, wherein she gave you the Oragel, the Chevron Oragel story or the convenience store Oragel story, was that captured on somebody's body worn camera?
I believe on one of my officers' body cams, yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you a disc marked as State's Exhibit 8?
I do.
Do you know what is on this disc?
This is the body worn camera video of, if I remember correctly, EPO Gorman.
Okay. And does that particular excerpt that's on that disc capture the exchange that you've just described? The asking her again, hey, are you sure you didn't go anywhere last night? And her telling you about this trip and giving you the story about what it was for. Is that what's on there?
It is, because I think APO Gorman was back there with the family when I came up. He was already back there. And I had asked her, I said, in any way, did you ever leave the home the night before at any time and where somebody could have followed you back home and possibly come and took your child? And she said no. And then that's when she came and advised me of the incident to go get Oragel, and that's when she showed me her phone, tried to show me her phone, where the track of her phone, where she went, and she even told me exactly what time she came back home, and she was looking at her phone, and she told me 1:25 a.m. I was like, okay.
Now, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No.
When you had this exchange, whether it was captured on Gormley's body cam, this was on the patio in the back pool area?
Yes, sir. It was actually on the back patio, back porch area right next to the pool.
And was it, the defendant was obviously there because she's the one that you're talking to, right?
Yes, sir.
Was her boyfriend or fiance, Daniel Youngkin, there?
He was, and I believe so was her other children were there.
And what about her brother, Paul Simon? Is he there?
There was a family member. I don't know exactly what his name, because I don't remember talking to him. So if that was his name, that it may have been. But I do remember there was another male family member there.
And what was Gormley doing? I mean, you mentioned that this was caught on his body cam. What was he doing back there with the three of them?
He was standing with them because I believe at that point I had already instructed the officers to research the house again, looking for Quentin, just to make sure that maybe he wasn't hiding anywhere or anything of that nature for this type of cases, just to double check.
Okay. And for that, at this point, did you want these three people out of the house so the scene would be secure?
Basically, I had everybody who was in the house that was there out just to have the officers go and look for the child.
Okay. And Gormley's back there just kind of keeping an eye on the three of them?
Correct.
Your Honor, I don't know whether I've done it yet, but I would introduce this into evidence as State's Exhibit 8.
Mr. Hilliard.
What is it, Judge? I guess it's the Gormley's body cam?
Yes.
No objection, Judge.
Okay, it's admitted.
May I now publish this, Your Honor?
Lisa, we'll see everything that the 12 jury members see unless there's something too sensitive that they want shown, like the judge doesn't want shown on TV. However, they've already shown some pretty sensitive stuff, so we'll see probably everything they do. There might be a few pictures that they see we don't. Maybe at one time, like in the 1900s, but I'm pretty sure we have outgrown using Coke for toothpaste. Most of us have. Yeah, the DA looks a little bit like Clark Kent, doesn't he? Yeah, JD, she went from Orgel, Percocet, weed, blow. It was all the things. Oh, good. I don't know, she just seems so blank-faced every time they pan to her.
Before I play this, can you tell us what, now that we've got this up, can you tell us to the minute what time this exchange was at?
12:12 in the afternoon on the 5th of October.
Thank you.
Have patience for sale. Did y'all go anywhere last night or yesterday with Faith that maybe he could have followed you or something? Y'all didn't go anywhere? Just maybe you yourself.
Yeah, I know. I could have got my tooth pulled yesterday, so can you remind me? I went to get some Oreo, and that was it.
2 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
No, like morning wise, because I couldn't go to sleep.
Okay, so where'd you go?
Right up the road, right here, got Chevron. And I met my friend that I used to work with, and she got Oreo because they didn't have any extra okay when I called.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else that we maybe have followed? So when did you get home?
I can tell you exactly the same thing about that.
Yeah, we have,
Was it even 2? I was home at 1:25.
at 1:25?
So I was gone for literally 12 minutes.
And you went where?
Right up the road to next to that Chevron.
Oh, the 40 over here on, right here on.
Right up the road, because I used to work at Bojangles, so I had a girl named Misty that.
I got a bar over further that came in. Okay, give me just a second. Yeah.
I had there's a girl named Misty that I used to work with that had dental problems as well, so I got in contact with her and asked her if she had Oreo, because my call Circle K, so they didn't have any.
Okay, did you notice anybody following you or anything?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you go back out at all anytime at the time?
When I did get back, there was a car, which is why that lady mentioned it, whatever. I was thinking that maybe the car was for people across the street, but it was another little gray car sitting out front of the house.
Okay.
So I was thinking it was across the street from the neighbors, so I don't know.
So you said you got home about 1:30?
Yes, it's 1:25 a.m. was the exact time that I got on my phone for almost 12 minutes.
Okay, all right. Nobody followed me, right?
No.
Yeah, they're just gonna ask you about.
You mentioned earlier, and I want to make sure I heard you right, that there were, but before she told you about this trip at one, whatever it was, that she had given a time that she went to sleep, and she had given a time that she had woken up. And I think you said that she had twice told you that she didn't leave the house, didn't go anywhere during that time window. Is that right?
That's correct.
Not once, but twice?
Correct.
Now, are those statements captured in this exchange, or are you talking about some other statement she made to you earlier, not captured on camera?
There was an other, and I believe when I first got there, I asked him what happened. And I believe that's the first time when she told me what time they went to sleep. But then on this time, I asked again after I had gotten a phone call from Detective Robbins, where they told me that her vehicle was seen on the flock camera system. That's when I went back to her and said, did you ever leave the house? And as soon as I approached her with it, the first thing she said was no. And then next thing you know, she said it. She shook her head again, and then she went, "Oh, wait a minute, the aura job." Okay.
Now, I want to move forward in time, long after October 5th, but into later in the eventual landfill search that was a part of this investigation. Now, were you a part of the landfill search?
From the very beginning.
And what was your role or roles, I guess?
I had multiple roles. We were there to set up the initial site to start the search of the trash that was there. I was there prior to us starting the search. We were there getting equipment. Logistically speaking, I was there to make sure the equipment was there, resources, fueling the vehicles, making sure water was up there, bringing food. I mean, I was kind of a jack of all trades on that.
Were you involved in ensuring that there was enough PPE for all the searchers?
Yes, sir. I was part of that along with another individual from the department. We ended up setting up all the PPE in order to make sure everybody was safe while they were going through this potentially biohazardous material and trash.
I'm sorry. And were you there for every day of the landfill search?
I was there every day.
Okay. What were the hours of the landfill search on any given day?
We would honestly, we literally, myself and another lieutenant showed up prior to everybody showing up. We were there at 5 o'clock in the morning, and we did not leave easily until 5 in the afternoon, 5:30 in the afternoon. And the only time I actually left is when we had a uniformed security, a uniformed police officer coming to do security of the landfill site after hours.
Tell me about the after-hours security plan at the landfill.
We usually traditionally broke down about 4:30, 5 o'clock to clean everybody up, decontaminate everybody. And then once all the searchers were bussed out, I was the last person there waiting for the relief uniformed officer to come there and sit on the site. That way we had security there at the site 24/7. Somebody from the police department had eyes on that site 24/7 from the time that we started to the time that we ended.
And are you talking about the entrance to the landfill on Little Neck Road, or are you talking about inside the landfill at the search area specifically, or both?
But there was security at the entrance of the landfill, but that was done by the city of Savannah because that was their area. The actual site where the volunteers and the people who were assigned to the search was actually done by Chatham County Police personnel.
Okay. Was the area kept well lit at night?
Yes, sir. We actually had floodlights that came on. The officers were instructed to turn them on when it got dark. Sometimes when we were still there, I would have them turned on before the officer even got there.
And what was the point of all this?
So we could have visible visibility of the area at all times. That way there would be no chance, any way, shape, or form that that area could be contaminated by somebody other than the law enforcement searchers who are involved, and police personnel, and of course, waste management personnel that were allowed to be there.
Now, did you pull that overnight security duty yourself at any point?
Unfortunately, a few times I had to, yes.
And what did that involve for you?
Basically being in a marked unit, being in a uniform, sitting there, looking at the landing where the trash was brought to, I hate to say it that way, but trash was brought there to be searched, and looking at the site where they were actually pulling from to bring down to the landing. We had all that lit up to where you could actually see the whole thing.
Do you remember, were you present on the day that Quentin's remains were finally found?
Unfortunately, yes, I was.
And what were you doing at the landfill that day? What were your duties on that day?
Again, from based off of the logistics part and setting everything up and all that, while we were there and they were searching, we were actually stationed by, and every time something of significance was found, they alerted us. And then they would bring whatever certain items that they found and took it over to the forensic anthropologist to review.
And was that the last day of the landfill search?
Yes.
Overall, how many days would you say that you were out? You may not remember off the top of your head, but roughly how long did this landfill saga last for?
I remember it was it after previous Thanksgiving? I think approximately 4 weeks. It was a very extended search.
Now, we've heard testimony from Sergeant Stewart and maybe to you from some degree that initially, the initial response to the scene on October 5th,
yes,
that there were search efforts focused in the house and in the areas around the house, the wooded areas, bodies of water, and so forth. Is that a normal protocol, the normal protocol for a missing children's call?
Yes, in the event that we don't immediately find the child. When I was there, I was the incident commander, so we were figuring out what happened from the initial story that we got, just to make sure that we covered all our bases and everything that happened. We initiated a further search pattern out that I had to coordinate, and we started getting volunteers. We contacted SEMA. SEMA got involved. A lot of resources were brought in to try to attempt to locate little Quentin.
Now, when we're talking about young children, the missing child call pertaining to a young children, is it fair to say that the typical situation is the child is just eventually found nearby, either in the house in a closet or something like that, or in the woods 50 yards away?
Luckily, in my experience, very few times have we had a situation where, for an extended period of time, that we lost a child. A lot of times, in situations of children this young, they're usually hiding somewhere. Not to go off tangent here, but I mean, we've actually had one where the child was sleeping under a bunch of blankets, and that's when we ended up finding them 30 minutes later. But they usually are found within the house or within the immediate area of the house relatively soon, luckily. Unfortunately, in this case, it didn't end up being that way.
Now, Sergeant Stewart has testified that one of the first things he did when he got there and got an initial statement was simply send a couple officers into the house to look for Quentin. Based on what you've just told us, does that seem to you to have been a sound approach, at least initially?
Yes, sir, because traditionally when a child is lost, usually the parents or family members are hysterical for the simple fact that, I can't find my child. So they tend not to search as well as a reasonable minded officer would when he comes to the scene and knows what to look for. So yes, that is a normal protocol. Well, let us check the house. Maybe we'll find them. And that's what was initially done.
One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Hilliard?
Thank you.
That's it? Holy crap.
Lieutenant
These are
Foster,
so short.
how many people were searching at the landfill over the course of that 5 or 6 week period?
Easily between 20 to 30 a day.
And so let's say how many days? 45 days, let's say. So 20 or 30 a day times 45 days, that's a lot of people in there.
Correct.
Okay. In and out. And that's not counting everybody else who's coming in and out of the landfill in normal routine business, correct?
Correct, but the majority of the searchers were the same.
I don't think I had a question before you. Did I?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to ask that the witness be allowed to complete his answer.
Very Mr. Sassy Pants.
There wasn't a question.
So, Mr. Hilliard, I'm going to ask that you move on.
So Lieutenant Foster, so there was, I'd say, easily hundreds of people in and out of that place during this time frame, correct?
Not hundreds, no.
Not during the course of these several weeks?
Not hundreds, no.
Okay. Thousands in?
No, not thousands.
Okay. So if you had 20 or 30 people a day times 45 days, okay, is it the same 20 or 30 people every day?
Majority of the days, yes, sir.
Okay. But not every day?
Not every day, no.
Okay. So it's different people?
Sometimes.
Okay. So that being said, this is a dump, correct?
It is a dump.
And you have a number of people coming in conducting normal business, and you have a number of people coming in conducting searching, correct?
Correct.
Is that a fair and accurate statement?
That is fair and accurate.
Okay. And you said a minute ago that you were genuinely, you didn't think that you were trying to protect against contamination at a dump site with all these people in and out of it.
Correct.
Is that genuinely what you just testified to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Now, that being said, at 535 Buckhalter Road, how many people were there on October 5th?
My entire west side, so we're talking 6 to 7 officers, my sergeant, myself, and then once we really started doing the search, command staff, federal authorities, but as far as going into the house, it was pretty much my officers, myself, and then the investigators that I know of.
So I guess it's a fair number of people that day at least. Okay. So now we just watched this little bit of video right here. You asked a question, but what the question that you asked, because that was you asking the question on that video, correct? That wasn't Officer Gormley.
Absolutely.
Right. So it was Gormley's cam, but it was you asking the question, right?
Yes.
And the question that I heard was, you asked if she went anywhere with the kids, and she said no.
Okay.
Okay. Was that the question that you asked?
I asked both. I mean, did you go anywhere? And then I asked, if you watch it again, I asked the second time, did you go anywhere with the kids?
Right.
And she first said she didn't go anywhere. No, was the answer no. And then I asked if she went anywhere with the kids. She said no.
Right.
And then, if I recall correctly from a few minutes ago, she said that she had to go get some orange gel.
Right. But this was at noon on October 5th, if I'm not correct. Correct?
Yes.
So, now, and I didn't understand because it was a little confusing to me, so correct me if I'm wrong. Mr. Dean then asked you if there was a prior statement to this, or if this was the statement that you were referring to. And I wasn't really sure what your answer was. Is this the statement that you were referring to when you said you had asked her if she went somewhere?
Yes, this is.
Okay, so this is the statement. There wasn't some earlier statement. It was this statement, correct?
There was an earlier statement when I initially got there. I, of course, looked around to see where the baby was sleeping and things of that nature. And from what Sergeant Stewart briefed me on, because I asked what time.
I'm not asking you what Sergeant Stewart said. I'm asking if it was your question. If you asked the question earlier.
Yes, sir. If you let me finish, I would tell you. Then I spoke with her, and spoke with her boyfriend and asked some relatively same questions. Well, what time did y'all in? When was the last time you saw him?
All right. Well, let me ask you that. You said you asked her boyfriend. So did you ask her boyfriend or did you ask her? Those are two different things.
Both. They were both there together.
Right. But who answered? That's my question.
They both did.
Okay, so the boyfriend answered.
The boyfriend answered and gave her what time he last saw the child, and she also gave me an answer of when she recalled last seeing
Okay.
when,
But that was the only other prior statement that you were talking about.
that I am involved with. Correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I got. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the state have any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Are we going for a sixth, or are they going to call it a day? What do you guys think?
Mr. Dean, as to your next witness, is it, the witnesses thus far have been relatively short. Are we still in that vein with the next witness as well?
I think the next witness is going to be, I'm notoriously bad at predicting how long, but I think longer than any of the previous witnesses. So I'll leave that information to the court, and the court can plot the way forward.
Okay. I'd like to take up some housekeeping and timing issues. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to allow you to take a short break. I'm going to ask you to step into the jury room while we talk about scheduling.
Jury's are exiting.
Well, they got a lot of witnesses done so far, and it sounds like tomorrow we're going to start with someone that's going to take longer. So hopefully we'll start getting to, oh my gosh, sorry, I'm trying to plug something in. Hopefully we'll start getting to some longer answers, some more information that we didn't have yet. Trying to see if I can get the probable cause affidavit pulled up.
All clear, Judge.
Thank you, Deputy Solomon. Everyone, please have a seat. So, we're at 4:40. I know we want to get as much done as we can. I'm concerned that if we start with the next witness, it may take some time. We can either break a little early and attend to any other things that we may need to let the jury go, or we can push through one more witness.
I'm fine with taking a break, Judge. I'll be quite frank. I'm biased because I have a little bit of a headache. So
I get it, and it's been a long day, but it's been a good day. So we're going to go ahead and break. We're going to start back up in the morning at 9 o'clock, and the jurors actually they have their meeting instructions, and everybody's clear on that. Okay. Is there anything that we need to take up outside of the presence of the jury at this time before we recess?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
not from the defense, Judge.
All right. With that, let's bring the jurors back in so we can release them. All right, we'll wait for them. Everybody just have a seat until we get a little closer to time for them to come in.
No, she doesn't look like she's shackled, does she? She got her feet pointed in. I was trying to see if we could see claws back there. What'd she say she was wearing? Gray jacket? I know the courtroom is nearly empty. The defense lawyer had a headache. Curious, I don't know if they offered her a plea deal. I would imagine they did, at least some sort of plea.
Williams.
Is that her on the phone? The gray
All the
jacket and the
jurors
red
are
shirt?
here. Please have a seat. Everyone else, please have a seat. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a good stopping point for us today. So I am going to release you for the evening. The trial is not over. So I'm going to remind you of my instructions. Please don't discuss the case. Don't do any research. Don't let anyone talk with you about the case. Don't read, watch, listen, or consume any media, social or regular news. I do thank you for your time, your patience, your service. We will see you tomorrow. You know where to meet, and then you'll be brought here, and we will begin again. We're going to begin at 9 o'clock. That is the goal. All right. I wish you all a nice evening. You are excused.
Well, I was talking quietly, Jenny, because I didn't know if people had it like cranked really loud and I didn't want to blow out their eardrums. Oh, this is a cutie. Yeah, exactly. You don't make money sitting in court.
All right. And with that, we stand in recess until tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Attorneys, let's get here about 8:45 just to see if there's anything that we need to review. All right. Have a good night, everyone.
And Bendy will be streaming it tomorrow. So you guys can make sure you go watch it there. I am gonna hop over here just to refresh us. I guess I don't have to speak softly anymore, but just to refresh us of some of the stuff that we learned during opening statements. Now, remember, opening statements are not evidence. They're not technically considered fact. So keep that in mind until it's presented throughout the trial. This is the story the prosecution tells to tell us what they're going to show us in trial. But I know a few of us were confused on the location of Paul's bedroom to where they were. I was completely wrong. So this is just a little reminder of all that stuff. And then I'm going to skip through to that letter, or that message, even though Jones didn't send it to me. I think I can read it easier off here.
Defendant's mother, Billy Joe Howell, and her stepfather, Thomas Howell, is over here in the two-story portion of the house, but on the first floor. Brother Paul Simon's bedroom is upstairs, and you'll hear in one of the defendant's interviews, she'll say, you know, when you're up in that room, you can't really hear anything that's going on downstairs. It's kind of its own layer up there. Now, the defendant, Daniel, and the 3 children lived in a bedroom right through this front door.
So Paul was all the way on the other side of the house and up on the second story. He was up in the top window farthest to the right, and Danny and Leilani are down here by the front door. So that makes a lot more sense as to why he might not have heard anything. Let me skip through. I couldn't find the probable cause. This just breaks my heart. Let me make this big so you guys can see it better. So that is showing us basically their living quarters. And it's hard to tell from the state of the house whether these stains have anything to do at all with Quentin or not. Because like this one right here in the middle is alarming, but who knows if that had anything at all to do with anything. But then there's the pack and play, and that's where Quentin slept in the corner of the bedroom. It just breaks my heart seeing that. Okay, so these were some messages between Leilani and Danny, I do believe. I want to feel beautiful, not barely average. I want to feel loved, not just liked. I want to feel wanted, not just tolerated. I want to be able to look at you and know it's just me, not wonder how many others there are. I want to feel like my body is worth showing off, not like it's just been trashed from having 3 kids. I want to feel the way you made me feel in the beginning, like I'm treasured and safe, not like I'm just here because you really don't have a choice. That was in July of that year. Hang on one second, guys. Tell Mr. Dietz goodbye. Sorry about that. He's heading in to work, so I wanted to tell him goodbye. This one is in August. It says, yeah, go get yourself some ass. I know mine is good enough. Is good enough. Never was, never will be. I'm guessing she meant to say mine is not good enough. And then in September, you're the reason I'm angry every day. You're the reason I'm depressed. Why I feel the way I do about myself. Oh, do you guys want to watch this video again? Did I skip? Did he play it or is he just talking about it right now? Okay, here we go.
I'll play this for you now.
To Sky, Zane, and Quinn. Mama tried. And Mama's not here no more because she doesn't love you. I do. I can't love myself. If I can't love myself, how can I love y'all? I have tried over and over and over and I failed. of mine is what you have when you talk about Caitlin. I don't hear the love in your voice anymore. I don't feel the love in your touch anymore. And I definitely don't see the love in your eyes anymore. If you truly loved me like you claimed you did, you wouldn't have done all that. Even when I was carrying your child and hating myself every fucking day, crying myself to sleep every fucking night because you did not want to have sex with me. You did not want to love me. You just did not want me. And I wanted you. I wanted you. I wanted you more than life itself. But you proved that it was only one way. That feeling was only one way. That love, that loyalty, it was all one way. You take care of my kids, okay? You couldn't take care of me. You couldn't love me. You couldn't do me right. So please, for the love of fucking God, do my kids right. And my kids running up at the river now. Bye, Danny.
I'm at the river
So
now by Danny. So that's where she.
this was a video that they presented during opening statements that they took off of Leilani's phone. They consider it her suicide video. She was heading to a river, presumably to, kill herself. Obviously, she didn't. This was, can't remember, a few weeks before she killed Quentin. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people on YouTube that break this down, body language experts, all that. My takeaway from it was just the Quentin being an afterthought. She starts with her most recent born child, and then goes to her oldest child, and she has very, endearing things to say about them. And Quentin just kind of felt like an afterthought. And Quentin, my middle child. Now, I'm a middle child too, and I like to joke with my son-in-law because he's a middle child. Like us middle kids, we get forgotten a lot. So, and it's true, we do. Also means we get away with more shit because we're the middle kid and they forget us. So it could be as simple as that. It could be something else, but it was just like, I don't know. That's the way she said, and you're my middle child, and you smile and you're happy. But the other takeaway that I got from it was she seems to be the type of woman that very much puts men and relationships in front of her children. That's just my opinion. I have no idea if that's true or not. Just the way she's going on and on to Danny, a lot more so than her kids. And maybe this was something she made to hurt him and wasn't, adamant about. I don't know. Either way, it was a lot. Let's see. This is the people. So you have Billy Joe Howe, married to Thomas Howe. It was their home. Leilani and her brother Paul and Danny Youngkin all lived in the house with Leilani's 3 children that we now know as Sky Youngkin, which is Danny and Leilani's child. And then you have Quentin, and his daddy, you'll hear throughout the trial, is Henry Bubba Moss, and then Zane, her oldest. And then, of course, Michelle McCarta is the babysitter. We heard a lot about her pre-trial. We've already seen her on some body camera, and I'm guessing she's going to be testifying as well. And I am very curious to hear her testimony. Very curious. Leilani's timesheet for that day. She clocked in now this would be October 4th. She clocked in at 6:08. She clocked out at 7:57. Danny clocked in at 6:06 and clocked out at 7:56. This was her wisdom tooth that she had pulled, and I mean, it does look like a lot of pain. The whole side of her face is swollen up. So, was it a wisdom tooth that was pulled? If she just went into an emergency office and they pulled it right then and there, can they pull wisdom teeth in an emergency office? Don't you need to have like, I didn't have to have my wisdom teeth removed. They actually came in perfectly fine. But like my husband, he had his removed. He had to go under surgery and have it done. I thought most people had to have surgery. Yeah, I mean, I think they will. I do think that they'll have her on the stand. And that's one of the reasons I'm curious, Graham. Like, okay, I have no hate for the babysitter, but she absolutely did go back and forth on what she said. Yeah, I was searching too, Johnson, and I couldn't even find it in that stuff you sent me. I looked through all that either. I know we've read it together before, though. Allie, if you're listening, do you have the probable cause? They were impacted. Okay, could have just been a molar. Yeah. I guess if her wisdom teeth came in like normal, like mine did, maybe they were up and then she had to have it pulled. I don't know. You just hear when, wisdom teeth are pulled, you think surgery. They used to pull them in the ER, but they stopped years ago. Yeah, she's in an emergency dental place here having it done. Regardless, I mean, her face is swollen. We could tell she truly did. I don't think she was lying about a toothache. I think the toothache is probably what not spiraled it, but one of the driving forces to do more substances that night. I'm not excusing anything, just saying what I think there. I wanted to get to that letter. This was her at the gas station. Now, this is when she's going to meet her dealer. Or they thought she was going to meet her dealer for the first time. But then she ends up having to go to, remember, the 204 to actually meet him. So this was earlier in the evening, 10:30. And then she tells Danny at 10:32 she's got to run to the 204, I guess. And that's where she actually went to meet up with her dealer. That kind of just plots out where that is. And this is the Cash App she sent her dealer. She sent her dealer $80. Cash App and your dealer. I guess that's a thing. I don't understand the question. Who was the guy? Who is that gentleman answering questions? I'm skimming through the opening statements. I'm just kind of quickly skimming through them. So you might have to, you can, if someone would drop Jen Lou's channel, she played through them this morning. If you want to go and hear the entire opening statements. Yeah, the Orgel Kingpin, some expensive Orgel. This just shows Paul's timesheet. He clocked out at 9:56. Now they said the DA said, not DA, prosecutor said during opening statements that Paul came home around 10 something, and he does remember seeing the kids, and then he went to bed. And so I'm sure we'll hear that testimony in the trial. We're going to hear phone calls between Danny and Leilani, so I think that will be interesting as well. Let me play this.
Angry and impulsive.
Oh, no, it's good for the community. Yeah. I become angry and impulsive is what I'm like.
And so those are the conditions. She's up all alone, physically uncomfortable, emotionally unhappy, unstable to some degree. And around 1 a.m. probably, she kills Quentin. Now I'm going to focus on the what she did and when things happened. And probably in closing argument when all the evidence is in, we'll talk to you a little bit more about the why exactly in that moment did she do this. But for now, I want you to just understand the sequence of events and what happened with it. She takes his body and puts it in Dodge Journey, Georgia tag TEN 9300. And she begins the cover-up. The cover-up is not just the lies to the police. The cover-up starts immediately. A little after 1 a.m., she drives down Buckhalter Road, which turns to the right here, but it's still Buckhalter Road at that turn. It comes into Ogeechee Road.
I am, Allie sent me the indictment, and so I'm gonna try to load that real quick. So I'm just gonna let this play through here for a little bit while I load that.
Right here. And she pulls into this mobile home plaza. It's right here. Mostly what you're seeing is trees, but there are mobile homes in here. This is Azalea Mobile Home Plaza. And there's a convenient stand-up dumpster sort of hidden away under some tree cover in the tree line there. And she throws Quentin's body away like a piece of trash at about 1:17 in the morning. She drives home. This is another export from her phone, showing that her phone was locked from 2:01 in the morning until 9:13 in the morning. And this is just kind of a shorthand way of saying that's roughly about the time she eventually goes to sleep. And her phone is inactive.
Oh, doesn't that just make you angry? I don't know about you guys, but that makes me angry. Also, why can't they get this stuff? Like, the phone was locked and this and that for Karen Reed's case, but that's a different complaint. Ooh, let me go ahead and play this part because this is the messages to the babysitter, and that is important.
Now, Danny wakes up for work a little after 5, and he tries to wake her up to go to work. She's supposed to go to work with him. Remember, they work the same shift. She has been up all night doing drugs, and he's been, responsibly sleeping, so he's able to get up for work. And he cannot wake her up. She will not wake up. And at this point, he's trying to get out of the house to go to work. And he believes that all 3 children are there. He does not go over and check the packet plate. He doesn't even know that Quentin is gone. You saw in those pictures the packet plate is all the way across the room in the far corner. It's not right next to the closet. It's not right next to the bathroom. He can't wake her up to go to work, and he's annoyed by this because this is, I think he may tell you it's not the first time this has happened. And they are kind of tight on money. They are trying to make money to either put a down payment on a house or a security deposit on an apartment so they don't have to live with their mom anymore. And he'll tell you that he was frustrated by this. You're not going to get up and come to work and make money. And his decision at this time is to say, well, okay, you're not going to come to work and make money. We're not going to spend money on a babysitter today. Because they pay her every day, Michelle. And so he texts Michelle, hey, the kids are going to stay here with her today, Miss Michelle, at 5:20 in the morning. She says, okay. And the reason for that is his thought is, look, if you're not going to get up and make money, you can stay here and watch the kids. wake up and find these kids are still here. You can deal with them. They're yours.
I have mixed feelings about that. How about you guys? Like, I see, like, okay, this, again, we're not going to be shaming Danny. He's not on trial or anything. He's not even ever been mentioned as a person of interest or suspect. But you try adamantly to wake her up and she won't get up. And so you're going to leave 3 young children, one of them being a newborn, with her, and she won't wake up? That just, it doesn't compute in my brain. I understand, like, his reasoning. Well, if you're not gonna go make money, then guess what? You're keeping the kids. But yeah, and he knew not to leave her with Quentin and Zane. Like, he knew she couldn't be alone with them. I don't know. That part to me is just like, why did you make that decision that day? Um, and if he testifies, hopefully we'll get some answers to that, but maybe we won't ever get answers. I don't know. This is when he went to work. He clocked in at 6:11. He clocked out at 9:15. As we know, 911 was called around, what was it, 9:30? This was the call at 9:14. So he like left work immediately. I'm just trying to get to the letter. This is him running. I'll show you the video.
Named David Mullins. That David ran into Danny in the parking lot. Danny's running out. Dave is just pulling in and getting to work. And they briefly encounter one another. And Dave will tell you, he looked genuinely upset. He was for real crying, tears coming down his face. Danny does not know what is going on. He knows what he's hearing from the defendant, and that's it. So he rushes home. And I'll tell you this, I told you the call to Danny was at 9:14. As he's on the way home, on this call with the defendant where she's telling him she woke up and the front door was open. These are ADT records. There's an ADT security system on this house. And it keeps track of when each door was open and closed, or just opened, or just closed, having been open. Police got these records. And you'll see that front door didn't open until 9:22 in the morning on October 5th.
Now, we haven't heard a lot of testimony today, and I know this is still just opening statements, but that right there is pretty damning, in my opinion. The fact that the ADT system lets them know when that door was open, and it wasn't opened until 9:22. But she claimed when she woke up, the door was open. It's very damning.
6 or 8 minutes in to that call with Danny. And so the evidence is going to show that she's on the phone with him saying, I woke up and the front door was open and Quentin was gone. And it's during that phone call that she's opening the front door. So you'll hear that she's essentially tampering with evidence, tampering with the scene, staging the scene to fit with her story before the police ever become involved. Danny gets home. Somehow babysitter Michelle got wind that this was going on. Maybe she heard screaming or something. She'll tell you how she heard about this when she testifies.
So yes, she is going to testify. She'll tell you how she heard about it when she testifies.
Comes over. Paul hears yelling, comes downstairs, and now everybody's there and they're looking for Quentin. And the defendant, of course, is the only person who knows where he actually is, and that's in a dumpster at the Zillion level on Plaza. And they call 911, and here's what the defendant says. Police show up a little before 10 a.m. and she repeats the same story to them. The evidence will show that that car that's like the furthest one, the most recent one that entered the driveway, is the babysitter's, Cheryl's. She had pulled up and parked her white Pathfinder there. But in any case, the defendant repeats that story to the responding officers, and you'll hear from some of them.
I woke up about 7 o'clock. My husband was working about 6, so we took a 3-hour period. Somehow the front door is unlocked and my son's not in his blanket.
Now, this is a missing child. So situations like
So, husband woke up, she said husband, but fiance, husband, boyfriend, whatever, woke up at 6 and she woke up at 9 and the front door was open, but we learned from those ADT records it was opened at 9:22. I'm just kind of jumping ahead.
When I went to bed last night.
And what time?
So here's her telling Wilkins, I went to bed around midnight and I got up around 9 a.m.
When's the last time you saw your child?
When I went to bed last night.
And what time was that? Do you remember?
Around 12.
12? Okay.
12 when I went to bed. I had my wisdom teeth removed yesterday.
I'm sorry, that's it.
So I went to bed kind of late.
I get you. Listen, I had them up too.
So I got up this morning about 9.
About 9?
And my front door is open, so I went up and I shut it, not thinking about anything like that. And I look over and check with my kids, and he was going. All the rest were there. He was going.
It's all right. It's all right.
Girl, she's lucky her newborn slept in till 9 a.m. Holy moly, is she lucky. Then they're just going to talk more about where her car was seen and her lying about that. You guys want to hear the Orgel story again that later turns into a magically changing Orgel?
This is the first appearance of the Orgel story, which lasts for about a week or so, maybe a week and a half.
Did y'all go anywhere last night or yesterday with Faith that maybe he could have followed you or something? Y'all didn't go anywhere? No, just maybe you yourself.
Yeah, I know. I took a check full yesterday.
Okay, so they both got it wrong when Mr. Sassy Pants was cross-examining. He said, you went somewhere with or did you go anywhere with your kids? It actually wasn't the officer that said it. It was Leilani that said, not with my kids, no. And then the officer says, no, you by yourself. They both kind of got it wrong, which is so funny because they had just heard it. That's how fickle our memories can be.
With Faith that maybe he could have followed you or something? Y'all didn't go anywhere? No, just maybe you yourself.
Yeah, I know. I took a check full yesterday, so I went to the board.
2 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
No, like morning, and I couldn't go to sleep.
Okay, so where'd you go?
Right up the road right here, got Chevron. And my friend that I used to work with, she got word out there, and I made sure okay, I'm home.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else? Have you made anything home? So when did you get home?
I can tell you exactly. What are you doing too? I was on 125.
125?
So I was gone for literally 12 minutes.
All right, so that's a story about what I was doing when I drove there. Now, I'll tell you this. She's trying to show them on her phone this trip on an app called Leilani.
Yeah, she's showing him the trip because if she shows up close, like it's the mobile home park she goes to, but because of Live 360, it looks like she's at the Chevron. This is another part to her story.
The last 24 hours, just kind of give me, what she's been through the past 24 hours. So about 24 hours will be this time yesterday. So from about 1 o'clock yesterday. Tell me your.
So that's the start. I was leaving the dentist, getting my wisdom tooth pulled. And the end is the Oragel story, the Chevron Oragel story that she has as her last trip of the night. And she omitted that to Wilkins, is now had to come up with a story to cover this trip.
Look, that was really bothering me about almost 1 in the morning. So I called Circle K to see if they got Oragel. No. So I got to call them with another one of my friends named Misty that I used to work with. He has a lot of mouth problems, and that's true. She had any Oragel. I met her at the Chevron. And I called her and got back. We got home. We almost go 12 minutes. I got it for my like 360. I think she got right around. Everything was on the little bills I got back. Get home, turned my mouth, checked all her kids again. They were okay.
Now, a couple things about this initial interview in which she's asked to give an account of her movements for like the last 24 hours. No mention whatsoever of the trip to the drug dealer. She doesn't want to talk about what she was doing that night in the state that it put her in. So that's omitted completely from this interview. And now she's put a name to the friend who gave her the Oragel. Misty is what she calls her. Now, I'll tell you before we move on from that, I'll tell you this. The police asked her to go through her phone, and of course she's playing, the victim. I'm the victim, the mother victim of a child abduction. So she probably feels some pressure to cooperate. And so she lets them go through her phone. A couple things I see is there's no call to Misty. And there's no call to Circle K to check and see if they have Oragel, which is something she said. First, I called Circle K to check and see whether they had Oragel. They didn't, so then I called Misty. None of that in there at all. They also see a message from the defendant to Danny. We looked at this earlier. This is when she's leaving the Circle K and is about to go to the drug dealer at 10:30. Going to run to 204, I guess. This is something that she had left out in this initial interview with Snyder and Lemons. So they interview her again, and this time it's in the interview.
Sorry, that took a little bit longer. Someone just showed up at my door. That's why Archer was going nuts, because it's a kid wanting to know if he can hunt on our property. So nice of him to ask. Because some people just do it.
But here she is launching it.
Yeah, and I was already heading back by the time that.
So at 10:40, you texted them that you were turning on 204 to go meet with?
Yeah, like I'm turning on 204 now, like I'm about to meet him. That's what I was trying to tell him.
And at that point, you didn't get anything.
No, I just paid him $20. I gave him $20 and I left. It was a couple days ago.
She's paying off a $20 debt, not actually buying drugs. Because after all, she tells them, other than marijuana, I don't use drugs.
See, you didn't get a percent.
I just want $20. And even though I didn't get a percent, like $35. Last time I asked him.
A Percocet is $35.
I don't do it like that. Like anything, anybody got to worry about anything with me is on me. Everything else with me. I don't know about that. Everything else, I'm always there. I'm not sure. Because I was covered in police litigation. So anything that's not homegrown or bought at a convenience store, I don't want. When I'm homegrown, I don't need to cook up stuff when you got hurt. Homegrown is wrong. Not creative.
Very strong, detailed denial of the use of any drugs other than marijuana. And the reason they're asking her whether she got a Percocet from the drug dealer that night is that they had seen some messages about buying Percocets as well when they went through her phone. And they asked her about that. What about these text messages with you? Look like you're buying Percocet, using Percocet. And her story at this time is, oh, those are for a friend. I'm just the middleman.
Yes, because I too often buy Percocets for friends. Okay, I'm gonna skip through to the letter and then I want to read you guys that indictment and then go ahead and hop off of here. I think it's coming up right after this. That's the friend she claimed was the crackhead that she was wanting for Orgel. She sticks with the Orgel story. She's still claiming she met Misty. She didn't speak to her. She just drove by her house, but then she watched her do stuff outside. Remember? It's a crazy story. And she did throw away some trash, but it was just some smelly, spoiled food. Oh, man. They had her pegged from day one. And I did take a Percocet. And cocaine. So she finally admits to taking Percocet and cocaine and smoking weed. So they must have did that text after lunch. Or not after lunch, but after that break. She still says she doesn't know what happened to him. Did I skip over it? Oh, there it is. So, this is the text message that she sent to the FBI lady where she tries to pin it on Danny. She says, I'm not lying for Danny anymore. The reason why my story about Orgel and shit didn't make sense was because Danny told me to say that he was the one who left and my phone was in the car for my previous trip. Okay, bullshit. Who leaves their phone in? Like, you might leave your phone in the car and then go right back out and get it, but you don't leave it in there for hours and hours. And his was on the charger. I was already smoking a blunt on the porch, and when I got done, Danny was already laying in bed. All the lights were off, and I glanced at the kids as I was getting in the bed to go to sleep. That is why he took off. I'm innocent of this. He was the last one to see Quentin. He was the I'm guessing the one that texted the babysitter, and he was the one that wasn't in bed when I woke for just a moment and it was still dark. And he was the one who the only set of keys to my car the morning who had the only set of keys to my car the morning of my son's disappearance. So that's where she starts building her Danny did it claims. Craziness. Oh, I'm like, wait, I didn't type anything. I just looked over at the side chat and I saw tweets on the street. It's weird, sir. You scared me. Oh my gosh. I was like, wait, how's a troll have a wrench in here? Oh my goodness, Wolfie. You got me. You got me good. Oh. Oh, Archer, hang on. Oh my gosh. He sees a squirrel and he loses his mind. Okay. Well, they kind of cleared that up with the first witness because we had heard that, yes, she tried to pin it on Bubba Moss, which is Quentin's biological father. And she did, but the defense finally got it out of the first witness that it wasn't like Leilani was like, I think Bubba did this. It was that she was claiming he was kidnapped. And the detective asked her, you know, is there anyone you think who would want to take your son? And she's like, yeah, maybe his dad, Bubba. So that's kind of how that came out. Of course, if she knew she was lying, then it's still just trying to get at her or get at him. So this is the indictment. Malice murder. Leilani Marie Simon with the offense of malice murder. For that, the said Leilani Marie Simon in the court of Chatham County in the state of Georgia on the 5th day of October did unlawfully with malice aforethought cause the death of her son, Quentin Simon, a human being, in a manner unknown to the grand jury at this time. Contrary to the laws of the state of Georgia, good order, peace, and dignity therefore, or thereof. And the jurors aforesaid, in the name of and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, further charge and accuse Leilani Simon with the offense of felony murder. For that, the said Leilani Simon in the court of Chatham County is that the accused did make an assault upon the person of her son, Quentin Simon, with an object that, when used offensively against a person, did result in serious bodily injury. The nature of the object being unknown to the grand jury at this time. And the accused did, in the commission of the offense, cause Quentin's death. Let's see, felony murder on or about the 5th day, did commit the offense of cruelty to a child in the 1st degree in violation of OCGA 16-5-70. She did. The accused did maliciously cause her son, Quentin Simon, a human being and a child under the age of 18, cruel and excessive physical pain in a manner unknown to the grand jury at this time. Then she was also charged with concealing death of another. She unlawfully concealed the death of her son by discarding him in a dumpster at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza, which hindered the discovery of whether Quentin was unlawfully killed. Then she was also charged with a false report of a crime. She did willfully and knowingly give a false report of a crime to the Chatham County Police Department, a law enforcement agency of this state, by implying that Quentin Simon had been abducted by an unknown intruder. Making a false statement. She did knowingly and willfully make a false statement to Marion Lemons. Oh, it's 2 M's, Lemmons, of the Chatham County Police Department, and Bradford Snyder of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, by having admitted that she had left her home in the late hours of October 4th to meet her drug dealer, falsely stating that the purpose of this meeting was to pay an existing drug debt. She made another false statement to the same individuals by falsely stating that the only controlled substance of which she was a regular user was marijuana. We know that's not true. Another false statement that the only controlled substance she had used in the past 24 hours was marijuana. Another false statement by having admitted that she had left her home in the early morning hours of October 5th, falsely stating that the purpose of this trip was to meet her friend Misty to obtain Orajel, a topical pain reliever, from Misty, and that on this trip the accused had in fact met Misty at a Chevron service station and had obtained Orajel from her. Another false statement that in the early morning hours of October 5th, she had in fact traveled to the Azalea Mobile Home Plaza, and there had discarded her son, Quentin Simon, in a dumpster. Another false statement, having admitted that she left her home to meet her drug dealer in the late hours of October 4th, falsely stating that the purpose of this meeting was to pay an existing. That's the same thing. She's getting charged with it twice, I guess. Another false statement. She had used that she indeed did use controlled substances. Falsely stating that the purpose of the trip was to meet her friend Misty. The accused had in fact met Misty. obtained orgeal from her when in the early morning hours of October 5th at the Azalea Mobile Home Plaza, she had discarded her son. Having admitted that she discarded something in a dumpster at the Azalea Mobile Home Plaza in the early morning hours, falsely stating that all she had discarded was normal household garbage, when in fact it was her son, Quentin Simon, she had discarded. Another false statement that it was not the accused, but rather Daniel Youngkin who had traveled away from the home in the early morning hours. And then it's just stating that she indeed had left, even though she was still trying to claim that it was Misty. Okay, so that was the indictment. I cannot find the probable cause, although I know Jones and I read through it. But here is the news article where it states that biological matter was found. Brain matter, I think is what it says. The Chatham County mother accused of murder in the death of her toddler, Quentin Simon, appeared in her first motion hearing of the year on Tuesday. This was a routine hearing to determine if the defense and prosecutor have everything they need to go to trial. The defense also noted that Leilani Simon refuses to testify on her behalf, so she's not going to testify. The prosecutor told Judge Tammy Stokes that the final evidence they are waiting for to begin trial was forensic technology tests of Quentin's pillowcase and pajamas for apparent brain matter. So that's what they were waiting at this time. They were waiting on the pillowcase and pajamas. We keep saying pack and play. It's pillowcase and pajamas for apparent brain matter. They hope the results from the FBI lab will be in by May 1st. Okay, so that's where that was from. We keep hearing that. And thank you, Allie, for sending that to me. And Allie's going to be live probably soon going over this, recapping it. And Bendy's going to be covering this trial. I was just filling in because she was not available this afternoon. So that's all I got, guys. And if she ever takes another day off or something, I'll probably stream it because I do enjoy a small chat as well when covering this stuff. I really do. So I will see you guys in the chats and keep praying that Quentin gets justice. It's a little slow going right now, but I know it's going to pick up. I feel like today they were just kind of laying the foundation, which happens often in trials, and it was very tedious and, mundane. But I really think that they're going to start getting into some stuff tomorrow. So, and hopefully we will get this. Sound like Betty saying we. Hopefully this baby boy will get justice very, very soon. I will talk to you all later. Love, love.